Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. Willkommen. Bienvenue. Whatever. Thanks for showing up. I'm Alan. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Hey, there's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
Oh, so exciting.
Hey.
Oh. The continual blessings of a barren womb.
Yeah.
Voluntarily barren womb.
More could you ask for?
Even better.
I've never been pregnant, so I don't know if it's voluntary, to be honest with you. I might not be able to have kids.
Oh, yeah?
Right?
Yeah.
We don't know until it happens, I guess.
You don't know until you really want to, and then you're in the depths of despair
Right.
with your partner, seeking all kinds of doctor's appointments. Yeah, well, yeah, it's something. Well, off to a good start.
Yes.
Hey, Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
He would love to knock somebody up. He would love to...
I just want the opportunity, not so much the child, but like, I want to do it, see what it feels like to have like a pregnancy scare, and then just like have them not be pregnant.
You want to have a pregnancy scare?
Yeah, I just feel like I was robbed of
the
like
worst.
an experience.
All right.
I remember guys walk around high school, they're like, "Oh, dude, I'm gonna throw up." I did it. I'm like, What are you so upset about? They're like, "Dude, Claudia might be pregnant." I'm like,
yeah, that's their fault because they didn't wrap it.
Yeah, and now they walk around scared. I was like, wow, I've never once experienced that feeling.
Again, really easy way to avoid that. You wrap it up.
I think they said she was on the pill.
Sure.
Or, the condom broke.
Sure, broke, yes. 1 in a million will break, yes. But it happened to them, of course.
After the first time my high school sweetheart and I had sex, my period was like 2 weeks late. And it was like, I was really, really religious at this point. I'm like, God's punishing us. Like,
God's punishing me.
We're going to be pregnant.
He knocked something loose.
Right.
Right, now the whole thing's not working properly. My passenger airbag light is on and I can't get it to reset. I don't know what I'm going to do. Hey, listen, if you have been born, you can call us if you'd like. 216-578-1007 to get us live. 800-348-1007. We are live on AlanCoxShow.com.
Yes.
You can send a text if you like, 35192 to get us there. And if you're just partial to leaving a message, you can do that anytime on our after hours line, 216-986-8903. 7 years ago today was our Corona cruise. 2014 Corona cruise out there on the Nautica Queen.
Was that the first one?
No, I don't think so.
I thought the 2013 was the first one. I thought we did the first year.
I thought we've been doing it longer than that.
No, because we started them the first year that I was on the show.
Okay.
So I think 2013 was the first one we ever did.
So that was our sophomore voyage then on the Corona cruise. And there had been some conversations earlier in this year about maybe bringing it back this summer. Of course, that never materialized, but it'd be nice if we could do it in 2022 after having a couple of years off. Get everybody all pent up. Everybody all ready to really fire one off.
Let's just do one in October, and we'll just stay below deck.
Yeah, there you go.
We won't go up top. It's like when we did Boats and Jokes. That was still fun.
Yeah, there's no point of it's no fun being on a boat when you can't go up and
outside.
Look at the water.
Yeah, when you can't go out.
People throwing up in bags at that point.
When you can't go out and be in the elements.
I mean, we can still go out in the elements. It'll just be cold.
Make sure you wear a parka.
Yeah, let's do a cold Corona cruise.
Yummy.
Cold Rona cruise.
That's right.
Rona cruise.
So yes, Alan, never forget that a wise man once said, "You don't know what you don't know until you know." What is it? You don't know.
You don't know what you don't know until you know it.
You don't know what you don't know until you know it, and that's absolutely true. Everybody likes to kick Poundcake in the balls over that, but it is absolutely true. There is 100% of that that is factual. Alan, did you have any experience with Fez from the Ron and Fez show? I did not. Fez Whatley died.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
If you were a fan, that show took many, many iterations. Our boss, Jason, is from Florida. He's probably well aware of the beginnings of that show. It started as a show called Ron and Ron. It was Ron Bennington. And Ron Diaz was the other guy. And Fez was like a guy that was sitting there on like a third mic. And then that team split up. And then they started kind of bouncing around. They went to New York for a bit. They did satellite for a while. And Fez, I think, quit that show a few years ago. He had a lot of heart problems. And, and he...
a lot of anxiety. A lot of different things going on with Fez. But I was a guest on that show back in, I think that same year as the first Corona Cruise, 2013. Mm-hmm. And Fez was wonderful to me and had a good time with Ron Bennington's just hilarious and a great interviewer and one of my radio heroes. But I've also interacted with them a few other times doing, like, because they were on the same channel as Opie and Anthony. And one time I took Martin Malloy, who's a local comedian, and he's schizophrenic, and he plays heavy into that when he does stand-up comedy. And so he was on a contest that was on Opie and Anthony, and they just kept him there into the Ron and Fez show. And so I got to watch them all do some work like up close, and Fez was just such a sweet, sweet guy, and such a bummer that he's passed.
Yeah, I never met them, but I mean, it was again, he hadn't been on the air for many years, so it was kind of I guess perfunctory that they mentioned it. But I never ran into those guys or anything. Alan, you guys got to watch Nobody with Bob Odenkirk. I keep forgetting to watch Nobody.
I watched it.
It's friggin' Target's already got it on DVD. I'm like, I gotta watch this movie. I haven't seen it yet.
It's very good.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it quite a bit.
I keep meaning to see it. Watch Suicide Squad, and I gotta.
Did you guys end up watching that yesterday, Mary?
I was going to, but I went and did this thing with my sister instead. So I think my boyfriend might have watched it.
Okay, that's probably better.
He watched it without you.
I really didn't care. I was trying to get him to go to the movie theater. I was like, why don't you go take yourself on a date tonight? Go to the movies, watch Suicide Squad, have dinner.
What a sad way to put it. Why don't you take yourself on a date?
Like, have some you time.
But a date implies two people. Just say...
it doesn't.
Yes. When have you ever gone out on a date with yourself?
All the time.
Well, that's a semantic thing.
Did you get
a date
lucky?
implies to...
You know it.
Yeah. A date does imply...
You got a hander in the theater. That's just a crime.
Yeah, you just saying, like, take some.
Just go out and do something.
He never has any time for himself.
Yeah,
between me and his daughter, I'm like, go do something.
Yeah, go out and do something.
Yeah. So I don't know. We had Bill's HBO Max login, so I don't know if he used that or if I don't think he went to the movie theater. But
okay, well. Now, don't get tripped up because there is a XXX cosplay version too, Suicide Squirt. Don't look for that. That one will. There's far less action, far fewer costumes, and the costuming budget for these porno movies is next to nothing. Oh, my goodness.
There's also an exercise version, Suicide Quad.
Suicide Squat.
That's also another one.
Part 2.
Suicide Squat. Yeah, get them cakes. Evan is listening from WVU in Morgantown, West Virginia.
Hey, I'm going to be there in a few weeks.
Go Mountaineers. You're going to be at WVU?
I'm going to be in West Virginia and in Morgantown.
Don't they party hella hard out there?
Of course they do.
Well, it's a college town, so yeah. I don't know that they party any hella harder than anywhere else.
Are you going to West Virginia for a show or for vacation?
For a show.
Is that not as funny as I thought that was going to be?
Well, I was confused. I thought you were asking seriously because he felt like he was being coy about it. I didn't know if you were going there for a gig or if you were just going to drive the rolling hills of Morgantown. Right. He's like, I'm going to be there in a couple of weeks. Okay, like in your car or?
Yeah, I would like to take a road trip out there just to see.
With Bill? Go with Bill. He's going to be there in a couple of weeks.
Well, no, not like that.
Oh, good for you.
He's going to be there in a couple of weeks.
Like I drove through West Virginia, but I never actually...
11th.
Celebrate 9/11 with Bill Squire. Commemorate 9/11 with Bill Squire on the camp. Is it on the campus of West Virginia University?
No, it's let me see. It's in a brewery.
Hey.
Oh.
Let me see what brewery.
Is it in a brewery on the campus of West Virginia University?
It's not.
Oh,
No.
okay. All right, well. It's in a Morgantown brewery.
Let me see what the place is called.
Well, anywho,
Yeah.
I'm going to take a break, but Bill's going to be out your way, Morgantown, if you're a listener there. 35192 if you want to text for anything, and we'll be back.
You don't need scientific proof of it. You can feel it.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Somebody texted me and said that going out by yourself is called master dating.
Perfect.
Is it? So did he end up going and doing something by himself?
No, he just stayed home.
So given the opportunity, a guy with a small child and a girlfriend, given the opportunity to have some me time, he opted for it at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also doesn't like spending money, so I think that had something to do with it.
What can I do that would cost me nothing?
Sit on this
Sit
couch.
at home. Hey, listen, some people, you know what I mean?
Use Bill's login.
It didn't work. I think he just texted me and said it didn't work anyway. So
It's one of those things where you're like, man, I want to go out. I want to go out. And then you go out and you're like, man, I want to go home. Why did I come out?
Mm-hmm. I'm not used to being out so much. Like, I just got back on the road 4 or 5 weeks ago. So just having shows every night of the weekend and then coming back to work and then doing stuff at night, I'm just like, after a year of doing nothing, this seems like an impossible task.
To recalibrate.
Yes.
We were out late last night. We went to that charity benefit at the Agora with Sammy Hagar and his band. Sammy had been on this show last week and went last night, and it was completely packed out and sold out. There was like a kid standing there on the inside of the Agora thing with like a box of rapid tests for people who wanted them. And,
oh, wow.
I don't know if that Sammy Hagar demographic is, clamoring for their COVID shot or whatever. But no, it was a lot of fun, raised a lot of money. But we're usually not out on a school night like that. Out late drinking on a Sunday night, acting like a couple of whatevers.
Lushes.
Oh, come on. Out there, not a care in the world, throwing caution to the wind.
I was invited to like a birthday party over the weekend, and like I was like, I think I've reached peak adulthood because I got up. I was like, okay, I'm going to this party, and I got showered, I brushed my teeth, I got dressed, and then as I was getting ready to leave, I'm like, I don't want to go to this party. Like, I don't feel like, it's not that I didn't want to like see the person, but I'm just like, I don't want to go. And I was like, are you going to force yourself to go? And I was like, no, I'm not going to force myself to go. You know what? I'm going to sit down and watch,
Suicide Squad using Bill's HBO Max login.
The Outer Banks. I was like, no, I'm going to watch another episode of Outer Banks. I'm going to order some Uber Eats like I like to do, and I'm just going to enjoy my weekend. And I sat down, and I was fully dressed, like just kicked my shoes off.
If only you had put your foot down instead of meeting your friends when they were camping many years ago.
Yeah,
right? You could have saved yourself a lot of hassle.
And I was talking to my friend about this on the phone. I was just like, the things I used to enjoy, I don't know if it's anxiety or if I'm just too lazy to do them now. Because, like, I used to enjoy a nice, sodomite soiree. Like, my friend would have a party, and he's like, hey.
But this was a birthday party.
Well, this was, yes. But I'm just saying, I don't know for sure.
How old was the person?
Oh, she's like 25.
Yeah. And she was throwing a birthday party for herself.
It's a gathering, but yes, there would be drinking and stuff.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay.
And I had fully planned on going, and then I just didn't feel like it.
Did you inform them that you weren't coming? That you had changed your mind?
I put it on Facebook.
You put it on Facebook, hey, I'm not coming. You're like listeners who will comment on things we post, don't care. I'm like, yeah, you could have saved yourself a few keystrokes by not putting don't care or haven't seen it or didn't listen. Yeah, you're not improving my life with that non-comment.
It was a Facebook invite.
Oh, it was
on
Facebook
like the
invite.
event page, he said, I'm not going to make it.
And you went decline. But had you hit accept? Or were you a maybe?
I was a maybe.
You were a maybe.
Because I know myself.
Okay. You wanted to give yourself the option,
like
wiggle room.
I woke up from my nap. I was like, I'm going to this party. Bitch, get up, get your shrimp, get your nasty ass in the shower, and you're going out. I was like, yeah, bitch, I'm going out.
Had you been lying around all day?
Yep.
That's why it was tough to get going.
Yep.
Because doing nothing is exhausting. If you have the option, if you single people, I swear to God, if you have the option of doing nothing and that's what you choose to do all day long, when nightfall comes, you're screwed. Because you're like, I'm not going out now. I'm not,
Yeah, I was just like, I was like getting in the shower, playing my favorite Whitney Houston, like the Thunderpuss remix in the shower. I'm just dancing. I'm like,
Thunderpuss
remix.
She has a song called Thunderpuss?
No, it's a remix to It's Not Right, It's Not Right, It's Not Okay.
This is Whitney Houston?
Yes, not right, but it's okay song.
What is Thunderpuss?
Thunderpuss is like a DJ, but it's Thunderpuss remix.
Thunderpuss. What an awful name for a DJ.
Disgusting.
Thunderpuss.
I picture like the largest pimple making a noise when you pop it.
Yes.
That's Thunderpuss.
It's called Thunderpuss Remix.
Wow, okay.
And I was bumping it, and I was like, all right, I'm getting ready. And then I got dressed, and I'm just like, but do you really want to go? And I was just like, who said that? I was like, where are you? He's like,
Thunderpuss is the DJ you're talking about.
Okay, Thunderpuss.
Two S's. Okay, well, puss and puss are two very different things. So even Thunderpuss, still a terrible name for a DJ.
But Thunderpuss.
But miles better than Thunderpuss. Yeah. All right, so you didn't go.
Didn't go.
Was anyone aware of your absence?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
Did that upset you at all?
No.
Okay.
Then
you are growing as a person.
That's what I'm saying. I like to be invited, but I like the option to like not feel obligated to go.
That's what an invite is. Like, we can come.
Nah, but like.
No, he wants to be missed.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, I just want to be invited to tell you I'm not coming.
That's being
he wants someone to propose
yeah.
to say.
So you can turn it down, yeah.
And then people will be like, wait, why? And I'm just like,
It won't be the same without you.
And I'm like, I know, but I just want to nap instead.
Well, I was reading about how those Cleveland Indians had a near perfect weekend. That kid out there, this is the kid that we saw pitch when we took our daughter to her first Indians game earlier in the season when the White Sox were in town. This kid, Tristan McKenzie.
Yeah, he's had an up and down season, but he seems to have figured it out.
Yes. I mean, the day we saw him was unbelievable. Mary was at that game, too. We were all there. And they took 2 or 3 in Detroit, and everybody there at Comerica Park, all the Tigers fans were excited because they were sure that Miggy Cabrera was going to hit his 500th home run. So everybody goes to that game because they figure it's a fait accompli. I mean, it's going to happen. It didn't happen. They kept him to 499. But this kid, Tristan McKenzie, he had a perfect game until the 8th inning. He's 24. They call him Sticks.
He's a real skinny dude.
Yeah, because he looks like a bag of bones out there pitching. He retired 23 straight batters in order before it ended in the 8th. So, they took 11-0 was yesterday. So they will start up tonight in Minnesota. They're going to play Kirby Puckett and the Minnesota Twins.
I got my Guardian shirt on today.
Hey, there you go.
Hey.
The OK Pants version.
The pants
of it.
one.
Yeah.
Our friend James Burge had that on last night at the Sammy Show.
But there was a kid in, where was it, Arizona. Well, I don't know if the game was played in Arizona. I don't remember. But he, for his first ever major league start, no hitter.
Wow. Oh, yeah?
This is insane, yeah.
Wow.
Something
You should
Gilbert.
just quit.
Right, be like, I'm done.
This is it. I did what I needed to do.
Want to know? No one can hit my pitches. Bye-bye.
Yeah, forever. Retired.
Huh.
The only pitcher to have a perfect career,
It was one game. It was a perfect career.
It's like me being undefeated in the Polar Blast.
There you go. Having one time. It's all it takes. So tonight, Indians will play Torrey Hunter and the Minnesota Twins. That is at 8:10 tonight here on your future home for Cleveland Guardians baseball at WMMS. And all through this month, you can use the promo code something. Vacation, I think is the word you can use for 20% off. Are you all right over there?
I'm very.
She's like, I dream of Jeannie in it over there. I don't know what's going on.
My neck's been bothering me lately. I don't know why.
How's your back? Your other thing in your crack.
Your other thing.
Your other thing.
No, I think it's
your Thunderpuss.
If there's Thunderpuss coming out of there, you need to get to it. Planned Parenthood ASAP. No, I think it's from just like inconsistent sleep patterns and been like in different beds and stuff.
ISP.
Yeah.
Stop being such a floozy and just bouncing around from bed to bed.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, her boyfriend's at home by himself. That's what she's doing.
Yeah.
Oh, she was in somebody else's bed. That's why he's by himself. Master dating.
I'm just making. I feel like it's one of those where it's like no matter which way I turn it, it hurts. You know what I mean?
I don't. Nevertheless, I think that science may have backed up something. I was reading this blurb this morning. And, we all know that science is something that should be trusted, something that should be constantly studied. But we do also know that sometimes
science is a liar sometimes.
That's right. Science sometimes is a liar. And, we always, people who appreciate humor and comedy, you will immediately dismiss anyone who says women aren't funny.
Hey!
Because obviously there's a lot of evidence to the contrary. However, what if we are predisposed? What if we are socially predisposed to accept or expect more from men in the humor department? I was reading a thing this morning that said that guys who are trying to be funny are judged much more harshly for a swing and a miss.
Yeah.
That guys, when their jokes flop, they are criticized much more harshly than women, which to me means for a lot of people, the ladies, the bar's not set that high. So they go, hey, she's funny. Whereas guys expected to be hilarious at any given time, that when we face plant, they go, oof, that was...
We're getting 70% of the laughs on the dollar for you.
I know you are. Here's the thing. I feel like it goes both ways because... double-edged sword. And when I step on stage, people automatically expect me not to be funny. So if I am, they're like, whoa, they're pleasantly surprised when I am funny.
But if you're not, no harm done.
Well, if I'm not,
No
then
harm
I'm just
done.
another statistic. Then it's
so
like,
what?
see, I told you women weren't funny.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
got paid, didn't you? There's
I
a
get
lot.
paid the same either
I was
way.
going to say, there's worse things than being a statistic.
Yeah. So it's frustrating. It's very annoying for
Frustrating? It's beautiful. There's no
people.
pressure.
There's lots of pressure because
None.
it's like we saw her and just like every other female.
Yeah, they don't expect you to be funny, and you're not. If you have a bad night, I'm not saying you're not. Obviously, you are. If you have a bad night and you flop, bomb, whatever, right? No harm done. But you walk off. But if you kill it, they go, "Oh my god, bravo!"
You can still go up there and kill it and have people go, "Well, I didn't think it's funny."
Right.
Or, I didn't think this. So
I mean,
it's
and
like,
it's
who
subjective.
cares?
But people will.
It's a win-win.
No, people will automatically, because it's predisposed as women aren't funny, they will judge me harsher because it goes both ways. Some people are like, oh, women aren't funny. Wow, that was pleasantly surprising. Or women aren't funny, so everything she says is not funny. They'll judge it in a different light.
The study was because they said that a lot of times guys are perceived as trying to be funny to improve their social standing or whatever. So they read, they would give the people in the study, they read about a guy and a woman who were trying and failing to crack jokes all night.
Like in a group
Like
of
in
people?
a group of
Okay.
people, yes. Jokes that their partner did not enjoy, and that the men were judged more harshly for trying this and flopping than the women. Probably because women have boobs, and we're not really paying attention to the jokes anyway. Whereas guys, I mean, we got boobs too, don't get me wrong, right? They're in there.
Yeah.
But, you know, we
Moves
got...
matter, man.
Yeah, we...
I think at the same time, it's more like you see more guys who are trying to be that guy that are always like, hey, and da-da-da-da-da. You know, everyone has that guy they work with who's always on and always trying to be funny. And it's like, just shut up for 2 seconds. I think that's more of a male trait than a female trait.
I avoid those people. I go out of my way.
Yeah, well, no, you don't even go out of your...
He laid in bed and watched Outer
You
Banks.
get ready and then sit home.
Well, no, I'm just saying like at work.
He lays in bed. He's been laying around all day, gets out freshly scrubbed, and gets back into bed.
But I have like...
You took a shower just to get back into bed.
I didn't do
Sometimes
it
that
just
helps
to do
you re-bed.
Yeah. I was like, I could do some laundry. What do I feel like eating?
Why didn't you do that like throughout the course of the day? You had the entire day to do laundry.
Because he was napping.
You can't have that much laundry to do. What are you napping for? What could possibly be making you tired?
Because I felt like it.
All day?
It was just like a relaxing day.
This is
also like...
It's a Sunday.
This is Saturday or yesterday?
This is Saturday, right?
Saturday.
Saturday was
Saturday was
perfect
the
outside. It was like
perfect
74
day.
and sunny all day.
Yeah, it was actually comfortable.
It was beautiful.
It was like a perfect day.
And you spent it inside napping?
Indoors.
How long was your nap?
Probably about 3 hours.
A 3-hour nap,
I'm
this
so
guy.
jealous.
Christ, a 3-hour nap.
Yeah.
Wow. That means he has 3 hours to spare.
Yes.
Not just a 3-hour window.
He had the whole day to spare.
Yeah.
But he didn't do anything with it. And that, you know, that's your choice.
That is your choice. But don't you like end up wishing you had done something? Like, don't you end up feeling like you wasted the day? You don't know how many of those you have, you know?
Yeah, that's why I want to spend it doing what I want. And I know I didn't want to do anything.
I wanted to go into a short-term coma.
3 hours. And I wake up, I'm like, I'm hungry. And then
I would like to actually get a little bit more that way. I'm somebody where, like, I feel like I'm wasting time if I'm just, like, sitting down,
Relaxing,
staring at
yeah.
something. Yeah, I'm like, I should really be
Yeah,
doing something.
you need a little more pound cake.
Maybe.
And pound cake needs a little more you.
Maybe.
Like there's because I like
We
to
can learn a lot from each other.
Like I like to get up kind of early on Saturdays and Sundays now and like get stuff done so that when I do sit down to like do nothing in the afternoon, if I have nothing going on, it's not like I didn't do anything all day. It's like I got some stuff done, took the dog for a walk, cleaned the house, stuff like that. And so it feels more like a reward than just
you earned your nap.
Than straight up like I'm not doing anything.
Right. Like I'm gonna be sedentary all day long.
Right.
Well, I got up from the couch, and then I got into bed, and then I got up. Because then, don't you wake up and you're all groggy, and you don't know what goddamn day it is? And
that's why I got up and showered.
Yeah. Right, but then you were like, that's a lot of work.
Well, no,
I'm fascinated by this turn of events.
I opened up my door, literally had foot sticking out. I'm just like
had a foot out the door.
It's like in between. I'm just balancing, and meanwhile, I'm thinking, I'm like, Mick, do you really want to go out? I'm like, shut up. I'm leaving.
So
you were out the door.
So were you were going to drive? Were you going to Uber? What was it going to be?
Drive.
You were going to drive. And where was the party?
2 beers. Lakewood.
Okay, so you have to go. So not that far, really.
No.
You would drive. You'd have to find street parking, which is kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
And then you have to get out. You have to go up.
And I'm like, I'm literally only going to go for 2 drinks anyways because I can't drive home drunk.
Right. And then, well, depending on how long you were there, that wouldn't be an issue with 2 drinks. And then, so then you're like, well, then I'm going to have to do all this small talk. Is that what you didn't want to do? You didn't want to do the small talk? You didn't want to celebrate your friend on her birthday.
Well, I'll get her a gift or take her out to dinner on my own time. I don't necessarily want to go to a party.
I see. Do you know how many people showed up?
No, I don't. How many people showed up? I mean, on the invite list, it had quite a few people, but I don't
Okay.
know. And I don't think I knew those people either.
Didn't know them at all. Oh, so you would have been, so in your mind, you're rather than meeting new people and maybe making new friends, you thought,
a 3-hour snore.
3.
Sit right back and you hear a tale of a snoozy little pound cake.
That's right.
Yeah, no, I'd rather take her out on my own time. And I was just like, I only know the person that's throwing the party.
Did you make a radio out of a coconut at any point in the afternoon? All right. Are you more Ginger or Marianne in this scenario? Because you ain't the professor. Are you Ginger or Marianne?
Dude, he's
Huh?
he's Gilligan.
He's Gilligan.
He's
okay.
accidentally messing everything up and tripping a bunch.
I see.
I think Cody's got some Gilligan in him.
Okay. Do you own a bucket hat?
I have a fedora. That's not a bucket hat, though.
No. Okay.
Turn it into one.
Yeah, maybe. Well, updated for the reboot. It'd be a fedora. Fedorable. Okay. And so does this person, do they follow up with you or anything? They go, hey, we missed you on Saturday night. And then you feel compelled to like make up a story, like I wasn't feeling well. Because you're not going to go, I had my foot out the door and I decided to turn tail and go watch reality TV. You're not going to tell them that. You're going to go, oh yeah, I got the bubble gut and which is weird anyway because I know you're lying.
My friends know me and I'll tell them the truth. Like, listen, I pulled an audible last minute and I decided not to come, but I'll take you and your boyfriend out and drinks on me and we'll do dinner our own way.
So it's not a big deal. It's not like a...
I hope not because I didn't go. But like, I don't expect, that's why I don't throw parties for me because I know exactly how I am and I might wake up in the total mood to go out. And that's what I like around. That's what I plan my entire day around is just going out. And then when it comes time to go out, I'm like...
Do you feel like you put too much pressure on going out by planning your entire day on just that one thing? Maybe
Yes.
if you had some other things going on throughout the day, you'd be more likely to be like, oh, I'll do that. Or...
No, because I'd be tired.
No, but how
You'll be tired? Tired from what?
I just want to be a blob and watch TV.
Tired from what?
From being out all day.
Yeah.
Being out kicks your ass?
Yeah. Laying on the couch kicks
Walking
his ass.
around
Being
kicks your
out
wow.
kicks his ass.
What energizes you? Like, what doesn't wear you out?
I don't know. A lot of things. I've only ever been worn out, so I don't know.
Oh, man, you are adorable. Well, listen, man, part of me envies all that, so God bless you. You should enjoy that while you can.
I'm gonna.
Right? Keep adulthood at bay. I like how all of this to you prefaced it by going, I really feel like I've become an adult. By laying around all day long and then getting up and not going anywhere.
I think he meant by feeling okay saying, I don't want to do that. Instead of forcing himself to do something he didn't want to do, he felt comfortable enough to say, you know what? I'm going to stay in tonight. I think that's what he meant by not. I took a 3-hour nap. I'm finally an adult. I don't think.
I was gonna say if as many naps as you have, like if that means you're an adult, then I'm an elderly citizen at this point.
All right. Well, there you go. And so, did you find yourself unable? I mean, at some point, even there's like a law of diminishing returns. Though, at some point, did you find yourself unable to sleep later that night?
Oh no, I did. I fell
wow, a
into
3-hour nap and then you slept all night.
Well, this was like...
Maybe you have a medical condition. Maybe you should see your physician and see if something wrong with you.
Oh, I'm going back pretty soon because I need another prescription.
All right. Well, you don't need Ambien. That's for sure.
No.
Cody on Ambien would be funny, though. I'd like to see that ring footage. Him wandering around in an Ambien sleep.
I'd be canceled so fast. Like, sorry for that tweet. It was the Ambien. And no one will ever believe it. No, like, do you know how he is when he's not on Ambien? No.
All right, well, listen, I've got to take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192 to get that in, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on
35192 on a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Thanks to Pete Gorbagong for helping out today in the video department.
Things are a little dicey today, but they all worked out. So good job, Gorbagong.
Good job, Gorbagong. Maybe we'll ask you back one of these days. Who knows?
Not likely.
Not likely? No. You see what's going on with Horatio Sanz?
Oh, yeah.
Horatio Sanz, who I assume will not return to The Mandalorian. Horatio Sanz, of course, was on Saturday Night Live for a long time, and apparently some girl that he was, back when he was not skinny. And probably, you know, I don't know how this guy felt when he was unknown, when he got on the Saturday Night Live, and he was considerably heavier, and, you know, he didn't have any kind of cool showbiz cred. And so I guess he was just casting a wide net, and what he caught was a 15-year-old girl.
Oh, no.
He was on the show from 98 to 06. And it sounded like he was really getting in his feelings recently about it, too, like a year and a half ago. He was sending her messages like, hey, I know I was really creepy, and I'm not like that. And it's like, man, why would you put that into, why would you preemptively shoot yourself in the foot? I mean, it's still all gross, but this woman is now suing him. Jane Doe, she's not revealing her real name, but she said that when she was 15 years old, he began grooming her as a young fan and then groped her when she was 17, gave her alcohol. This happened 20 years ago. And sent her a lot of lewd sexual messages, I guess. And
what? 20 years ago? Is this over AOL Instant Message?
Don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Don't know.
2002, 2001. Yeah, it had to have been AIM.
Yeah. AIM or MSN Messenger.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Let me send you a new.
Unless he got her phone number.
Wait for it to load. It'd be like, you see the top half and it's just like, beep.
But you still weren't even really texting.
Yeah, I was going to say, even if he had her phone number, he couldn't text her. He'd be calling her on the kitchen phone.
Yeah.
Trying to download porn or trying to look at porn was so frustrating back then.
You're
with
Horatio
dial-up.
Sanz and you're calling a 15-year-old girl's house and like, hey, who's this? And he's like, Horatio, is your daughter there?
It's Jessica.
Yeah.
How old was he at the time?
I mean, he's, how old is he now? The plaintiff says that her fan website for Jimmy Fallon caught Jimmy Fallon's attention in 1999, leading Jimmy Fallon and Horatio Sanz to email her when she was 14.
Ooh.
When she was 15, you figured Jimmy Fallon, hey, thanks so much for being a fan. Horatio,
right,
you know, he's like, hey, what's going on here?
Your GeoCities website looks amazing.
When she was 15, she attended a taping of Saturday Night Live where Horatio Sanz allegedly kissed her and held her waist. She was 15. Over the next few years, she was invited to the SNL after parties, where she says she was served alcohol at 16. And so she had these conversations with Horatio Sanz, but she was a teenage girl. After she ran into him a couple of years ago, she says that he admitted to masturbating while having IM conversations with her in the 2000s and expressing remorse. So he was all shameful about the, you know. I'll tell you what, I wasn't even aware of what this guy had been doing recently. I knew he was on The Mandalorian. He played he was covered under all this blue makeup. But I wasn't even sure what he had been doing recently. And it's only coincidental that he's on this show I started watching, this cartoon called Duncanville. Does anybody watch this?
Never even heard of it.
It's Amy Poehler, and it's Rashida Jones, and it's about this high school kid and his wacky family, and, you know. But it's actually very funny. Writing's very good, and, you know, there's a handful of really good cartoons out there right now. And Duncanville is one of them. But he does a voice on that. And, you know, you'll see him show up in things here and there. But it's not like he's going, well, this is completely, she's making this all up. Because she's got messages from him going, yeah, I'm really sorry. It's like he was preemptively figured, okay, something's going to come out at some point.
Yeah.
Do you do that, though, or do you just wait?
You wait.
Yeah, right?
Why would you leave? I mean, whatever, man. You know, there's a difference between the legal ramifications of it, and it sounds like he was trying to be a person about it, but in a situation like this, you know, why would you incriminate yourself in that way? Because now the headlines are all Horatio Sanz molesting teenage girl or whatever. I don't know how old he is now. Horatio Sanz is...
He's 52.
52 years old. So he would have been 30. He would have been... She was 16. He would have been twice her age. Wow. So it's pretty wild.
He looks like another actor. The guy who was...
Well, because now
Chef.
he looks good. Like now he's... now he lost a bunch of weight and he's got a beard and, Yeah, so she was 15 and he was 31.
I wonder if he had not reached out and said that to her, would he still have gotten sued? I mean, not that it's a laughing matter, but I wonder if she was just like, well, I wasn't thinking about suing, but now I think I might.
Oliver Platt.
Oh,
They
Oliver
look
Platt.
they look the same.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but again, it's not like Horatio Sanz is probably not crazy rich, so I don't know when someone like this brings a lawsuit, obviously they want some kind of, I assume, I don't know what they want. I would just be speculating to assume I know what they want.
And also, I understand that they're suing, but like when they sue civilly, that just means you get a deposition. How do you prove, like, he did something? If he says no, and if it was just between you two.
Well, if they have the AIM or the whatever instant messenger conversation saved.
I don't think they have that. I think they have the conversation between him more recently, where he apologized for.
Well, yeah, they're not going to have those old messages, but
Man, if he is just trying to be a good guy and apologize, and then she's like, "Oh, I forgot all about that. I'll screenshot this and sue you for all your money."
But that's what I'm saying.
That sucks.
He said
he shouldn't have done it in the first place. But I'm just that's
stick it up for him, Mary.
No, not at all.
I'm kidding, but but that just boggled my mind. He was just like, "Oh, well, let me just say I'm sorry," and then she was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm about to sue him.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks I have a case. He's obviously worried for a reason."
Well, yeah, because anybody who has that in their past is worried. Anybody who was 31 and bringing a 16-year-old to the after parties is worried.
Bringing a 16-year-old.
Did nobody say anything? None of the other cast members?
On her own.
I don't know. He says...
Well, they probably didn't know her age, and they probably just were like, oh,
she
young
looks
girlfriend.
young.
Yeah.
That is a young person.
Yeah.
But there's 16-year-olds that don't look 16 and like they can pass for older, or so I'm not saying, again, this is not right, but I'm saying like the people around him probably weren't thinking anything of it.
Right.
They probably didn't ask a lot of questions. People didn't really do back then.
Yeah, it's also part of the other side of the making amends coin too, because he's like, oh, I lost a bunch of weight, I stopped drinking, all these things, and so a year and a half ago, he hits this girl up and goes, hey, I'm really sorry, I was a creep back in the day, and he said something to her like, if you wanted to Me Too me, I would understand.
Oh.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Why would you write that to someone and be like, hey, crazy times, huh? I mean, there's nothing you're going to say that's going to make it all right. So why say anything, I don't know. Because now his lawyer's like, this is absolutely not true, because that's what you have to say.
Right.
It's not true.
Well, actually, when you say the thing about quitting drinking, if he's in any kind of a 12-step program, part of it is making amends to people that you've wronged while you were drinking.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But the other side of that coin is, hey, I'm really sorry I groped you when you were 15.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is that might have been pushed from outside people, a sponsor or a therapist that says, hey, you should make amends to people that you can, and then he...
I mean, I realize, for some people making amends is, hey, I'm really sorry I crashed your car that one time.
I threw up on your face or
yeah,
whatever.
Right. But that's different than, hey, I'm sorry I groped you when you're 15 years old.
And to play devil's advocate, she was going to it sounds like she was a super fan, and it doesn't, just by getting groped, but the alcohol consumption... They didn't know. I mean, you're at an after party. It's not like he was probably grabbing alcohol for her. It's an after party. It's probably just widely available.
Right.
So I mean that one I don't
again
really...
I don't know what that is an argument that we cannot win, because a lot of people will default right to, well, she went. She was 16. She shouldn't have been there. It's like, yeah, that is true, but he also shouldn't have been groping her either.
Well, he shouldn't have been inviting her.
Right.
He definitely was grooming her to try and have some sort of relationship with her. There's no question about that.
Hey, Dick,
Hey.
What's going on,
how
Dick?
you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Hey, I looked at the Browns game last Saturday. They look pretty good this year. What do you think?
I was just looking at Tim Tebow viral clips. This guy's lumbering around out there like a golem. I don't know what's going on.
I thought they looked great, Dick.
They did. They really did. I thought they did, too. But the latest news, I got to tell you now, I'm not going to cheat on the Kettering Banjo Society. We had a gig at the retirees at Incarnation Church down about where I went to high school. And the people, there was probably 80 to 100 people. We played outside, and then we had afterwards this couple that plays in Kettering and the Yellow Springs area. It was sort of everybody could play over at Lafino Park, where about 2 miles from where I work.
You know, if you cheat on the Kettering Banjo Society, they can accuse you of infidelity.
I blended.
I'll just keep going.
Good. I learned from the mandolin. They're like an octave up. How about that?
Hey, Dick, how's it going at the Lowe's?
Oh, I got a story to tell you about that.
Are you guys doing what Home Depot? I was reading Home Depot is going to. They're trying to cut down on shoplifting power tools. They won't work if they're stolen. Like there's a code on the power tools where if you steal them, they won't work because they haven't been scanned properly. Are they going to do that at the Lowe's?
Yeah, but the biggest problem right now is our district manager and our manager's been in for 3 weeks, and I think they've gone through, I don't know how many applications, but all the stores here in the Dayton area, and I don't know if they are in Ohio, they're very, very short on help. And, you know, sometimes I'll have a good paycheck. I've even stayed over to help in lawn and garden, but they have not hired anybody. I just don't. But we're doing pretty good.
I mean, how many people do they really need at one of those stores? I mean, you can find stuff yourself. You know, I mean, they need people to stock.
Stocking,
Yeah, okay.
Garden center.
Yeah. All right, well.
But it's like even some of the Bob Evans over in Fairborn and some of the McDonald's, they don't even open on Monday or Saturday or Sunday. And they
Sure.
on the board.
Yeah.
We are hiring people now.
Yeah.
Strange.
Yeah, it's weird. Okay, but you're feeling all right, Dick? You doing all right? Your health is good?
I'm good. I'm good. Well, I guess the Indians aren't going to make it, are they?
That's what Bill says. He says they're not going to make it.
Not the playoffs. Not this year.
Not going to make it, but I'm going to go tonight. But Thursday, we still have these concerts coming up, and I enjoy playing in the ukulele band, too. It's pretty good.
All right, well, enjoy. Tell everyone we said hello.
Yeah, well, have a good day.
All right.
Everybody have Dick tonight.
Boy, even on the scale of a Dick call, that was especially tiresome.
He was
right.
He just has a lot of thoughts about being in all his banjo societies and ukulele clubs and.
I mean, again,
mandolin.
I don't think he hears me talking when I'm talking to him. He's got something. He's going for it.
He's got a script, basically.
Well, we could have such meaningful repartee if he was paying attention. I mean, I imagine he completely missed my hilarious infidelity joke, Mary. I imagine that that entirely went over his head.
I would have rather heard Dick talk.
And boy, is he going to kick himself when he finds out. But yeah, I was reading that Home Depot is, if you try to steal their power tools, which is something that people do, that they won't work if they're stolen because they've got like a code on them or something that's activated via Bluetooth. And so when you buy it, they activate it. If you steal it, it won't work. And boy, there's got to be ways around that too. There are a lot of smart people out there. But imagine you're not one of those smart people, and you got to somehow figure out how you can return it. And pretend that you paid for it, and then you got to hem and haw and tell them you don't have your receipt and all that, and they're going to figure it out. So let's say a guy smuggles a drill out of a home improvement place. He's not going to turn on.
How does he smuggle it?
How does he smuggle a drill? I'll leave that to him. Maybe
we're not trying to give people tips on how to connect.
Yeah, well, come on.
Poundcake.
I don't know. I'm not a criminal, so I don't need. Well, I didn't realize that's what I was doing.
That's just you were suggesting.
Right.
Okay.
Right? Is that where you were? Did you want me to tell people how to steal?
No, I wouldn't. I'm too paranoid to steal, so that's why I'm curious as to how people just do it and they're sly about it.
And they're sly about it. Okay.
I don't think a lot of people are sly about it.
Poundcake.
Like there's people that
I think a lot
can just go through a line. They might even go in there for like they might buy like some Skittles at the register, but then they just stole like a watch or something and it's tucked in their pants, so they just like fly under the radar. I'm like, wow, how do you do that?
You tuck the watch into your pants.
Yes, but like, and you're not
and then
afraid.
You buy some Skittles.
Sir,
Because the best watches
is your crotch ticking?
The watches you want to steal are the ones where they also sell Skittles.
Skittles.
Yes.
You go to Target and
they have a jewelry.
Snap a watch and then some Skittles. Sure.
You're saying, they go in there and they buy something. They're like, so they can't say that wasn't at the register. I'm like, no, I don't know. I just go to the register. Like I've never had to pretend like I'm going to the register as a scapegoat.
Hey, listen. Some people are just outright brazen. They're brazen when they steal things. They just
walk out.
Swipe them. They're brazen.
I never understood how, because we would have like college parties and we had like big street signs that a roommate stole. I didn't steal, but they were huge and they were sitting in our living room, and somehow, some way, at the end of a party, our signs would just disappear. Okay, so someone had to steal them.
I went through a phase where I stole stuff from bars like that.
Yeah, we don't know how they got rid of them. Like,
but you worked there.
No.
Oh.
Like I'd be out drunk. I remember I was on the road with a couple comics, and
they probably allow for shrinkage from drunk people.
There was
signs and stuff.
There was
light
a
up
brewery.
signs.
I don't even remember what brewery it was. There was a brewery that I really liked, and there was like a tin sign from that brewery in
was
the
it the
bathroom.
Rural Brewer?
It was the Rural Brewer of the bar. And I was in there like ripping it off the wall. I just like had to pull the nails out, and I shoved it up my hoodie because my friends were waiting for me in the car. And then I got in the car and I was wasted. And I told them, I was like, "You guys, I did something bad." And they thought, oh no, Mare was drunk and in the bathroom for a long time. Like, was she doing drugs? Was she, what happened? And I like pulled out the tin can thing. I was like, I felt really guilty. I was like, should we take it back? Like, and they're like, you're wasted right now. Just take it home. Enjoy your prize. Like, you just don't do it again, please.
Wow. So people really had to keep their eyes on you every single. You were like a toddler.
What
when
a
you were drunk.
liability!
No one could keep.
What a liability. That's a perfect word.
Yeah,
Yes.
no one could take their eyes off you.
Yeah.
Where's Mary? She's humping a street sign, trying to break the merge off of the thing there. She's trying to steal that sign.
I was going to take the E off, so it just says Mur.
Mur.
My brother used to call me.
Mur. All right. I wonder where we are in the call order for Dick, because he clearly calls every radio station that we'll pick up. I wonder where we are in the order.
Of like, you think he calls in order of importance?
I don't know. I mean, we would be, if that were true, we'd be at the very bottom. So where, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know.
Apropos of nothing, I mean, I'm sure whoever he's calling now.
And I'm sure he's saying the same thing to them.
Mm-hmm.
It would be interesting to track his calls and be like, okay, now he's calling this sports show, this, in Dayton. He's calling this show in Youngstown. And like a lot of places have said, no more Dick calls.
Yeah.
Like he's been banned from places.
Yeah.
He calls the national shows. He's always calling.
Alan, I work for security at Target. You'd be surprised at how many people like just put things in their pants and buy a candy bar.
That's
or
what
they'll
I'm
just walk
saying.
right out with it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because nobody stops anymore when the things beep when you walk out the door. Because they just walk. Because A, they know people aren't supposed to chase them. B, sometimes something to be misscanned, and if you look like you're an honest person, you'll turn around and they'll go, go ahead. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's the move, is you turn around and go, oh, should I? No, go ahead. It's okay.
Get your bitch ass up against the wall. Don't let me work at Target.
You zoom out in that Segway.
I don't know why we let you work here.
Yeah.
I'm like, get out. Let me feel your butt. Oh, is this your butt? No, that ain't
Let
your butt.
me feel your butt.
Is this your butt?
Is this your butt?
Did you guys see the fight that happened at the Rams-Chargers preseason
Oh, yes.
game?
No.
And so this guy...
The women were causing all the problems.
Yeah, there's a lady that threw a drink that started everything.
And then another lady kicks her feet into the guy and pushes him over the seats.
Yeah, and then while that's happening, like... This guy gets like surrounded by dudes, and one dude's just punching his butt.
Once there's so much crack in that video, by the way. There's fat cleavage and ass crack. And
it's America. That is America right now.
What are they fighting over? Do we know how it's
I don't know, they're all the same team.
I was going to say, the same city.
Yeah.
It's Rams-Chargers. It's a city with 2 football teams. No one really cares about football. I mean, there's people at the games. But it's like, they're the same. They were?
They were all Rams fans.
Well, the guy had a Chargers jersey on.
No, I'm pretty sure they were all Rams fans.
I thought the guy had a Chargers jersey on.
I'm pretty sure he was wearing an Aaron Donald jersey, and that's a Rams player. Because someone called him Aaron McDonald's.
McDonald's. Okay, I gotta take a break here. If you want to go see the Dead Daisies, a little super group of guys that have done a whole bunch of other things, Dead Daisies are on tour and playing the world famous Agora. I was just there last night. They're going to do a show on September the 14th. So if you want to check out Dead Daisies, I'll hook you up. Coming back from this break, 35192 if you want to text for anything, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
All right, Dead Daisies are back on the road. This is one of your musical collective supergroups. They always have kind of a rotating cast of characters. I think they got Doug Aldrich now. Glenn Hughes is singing for them. I think Tommy Clefitos is behind the drums. But they do a great live show. The Like No Other Tour. Dead Daisies going to do the Agora on Saturday, September the 14th. So if you want to see the show, call her 10 right now. You got a pair of tickets. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are never meant to be discussed in polite society. Welcome to Impolite Society.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Living easy, living free. Season ticket on one-way ride. Asking nothing, leave me be. Taking everything in my stride. Don't need reason, don't need rhyme. Ain't nothing that I'd rather do. Going down all the time. My friends are gonna be there too.
You heard this? No. It's Tom Morello, Bruce Springsteen, and Eddie Vedder. I don't know if Eddie's just in the background or what. It's mostly Bruce. It's not bad.
No stop signs, no speed limit. Nobody's gonna slow me down.
Or is that Eddie?
Like a wheel.
I think this verse is Eddie.
Oh, okay.
I think the first verse was.
Nobody's gonna mess me around.
Doesn't he sound like Bruce?
Hey, Satan, pay my dues.
Anyway, Tom Morello's got an album called The Atlas Underground Fire that's coming soon, so he did this little thing with The Boss and Eddie Vedder. It's a new original song. They wrote it, they produced it, they've performed it.
Sounds so familiar, though.
Well, you know what? There are only so many chords, Mary. There's a finite number of chords, and basically every song has been written. But these guys managed to come out with a brand new, all original composition. And boy, Tom Morello, that is one rock that gathers no moss. He will collaborate with whomever. He just likes staying busy and writing music and doing whatever. He's doing stuff with the Struts and Pussy Riot and everybody. He doesn't care.
Thunderpuss.
Could have gone for a little less vulgarity in that one, though. Maybe Highway to Heck would have been.
Highway to Heck.
I beat Tom Morello in a guitar battle in Guitar Hero.
You beat the Tom Morello? Mm-hmm. Oh, not Thomas Morello of Berea, Ohio?
No.
It's the guy that lived up the street?
No.
I'm on the highway to H-E double hockey stick. Yeah, so anyway, that's there. And dropped a couple, I think on Friday is when that dropped. Indians take 2 of 3 in Detroit away from the Tigers. They kept Miggy Cabrera to under 500. Everybody there thought it was going to be his 500th home run, but that did not happen. So,
and that's just fine by Detroit because that means they'll keep selling tickets as long as he doesn't.
That's right.
As long as they have home games.
That's right.
They're going to be like, yes, don't hit 500. Just keep almost doing it.
He can. So wing, bada. 11-0 was the final yesterday. Tigers shut out in their home park. Indians are in Minneapolis tonight to play the Twins at Target Field? Is it Target Field?
I think so.
Target Field, then. That's what we'll say. It's 8:10 tonight at MMS, 7:10 local Minneapolis time. And you'll hear all of it here on your home for future Cleveland Guardians baseball. I've got to get myself used to saying that because it's not going to be a goof anymore. It's going to be a real thing. And so I'm trying to give myself plenty of time. By the time we are in our new studios in 2023, I want to make sure that I've got it hammered, got it down. And it's second nature to refer to the team as the Guardians.
I rewatched what's it called? Field of Dreams. I haven't seen that in a long, long time. So they played that Field of Dreams game the other day. I was like, you know what? It's on Peacock. I have Peacock. Let's watch it. And it's a good movie. I forgot how good that movie is. It's fun.
Okay.
It's like a real sweet movie. It's like just a real...
It's wholesome?
Wholesome,
Is it safe to say it's
movie.
wholesome?
But it's funny because...
I don't care for those movies.
There's a scene where...
I find them contrived and immaterial.
Well, it's you know, like Kevin Costner's character, he went to Berkeley in the 60s, and so like... And
so he's
he
a
moved to
goddamn
Iowa.
hippie.
He's very much a hippie, like peace, love.
And
I was talking
understanding.
about it the other day about how Terrence Mann, the character that what's his name? James Earl Douglas?
James Earl Jones.
Darth
Douglas. Vader.
I was like, what?
James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones' character is an author that's similar to the author of The Catcher in the Rye, and they're trying to ban his books in a town meeting from all the schools in town.
Very footloose of them.
Yes, very footloose. And it's funny that that's what used to be censorship, like people fighting for that kind of thing, being like, we don't want this to be censored, even though, because they're like, well, it's got sex in it, it's got bad language. And now people are fighting against censorship. They're like, I should be able to say hateful things.
Well,
it's a very interesting twist.
In the particular scene you sent me, the book banning scene, where there's this very contentious town hall, and Kevin Costner's wife stands up, and she implores the audience to see things her way. Like, is this what we want to be? Or we want to be trampling on free speech and the Constitution? Of course, everybody stares at her.
Yeah.
Silent, as if to say, well, of course not. And now you'd have people going, F you, yeah, boo, boo. You know,
Why's a woman talking?
There would already be a fire in the middle of this town hall. The novel by Terrence Mann in the movie is called The Boat Rocker. It's full of sex.
I don't know.
And there's so many things where the townspeople are objecting, and like one guy goes, "It's pornography!
It's pornography!"
And they go, "You know why he quit writing books? Because he masturbates."
Was that part in this scene?
Yes.
I didn't find that part in this scene.
Oh, it's in there.
Like this has no place in our schools.
I forget this actress's name, by the way. She's pretty foxy, though. She was in a lot of movies in the 80s and the 90s. Kind of a character actress.
Fascist. I'd like to ease her pain.
Mrs. Kesenick, that book you're waving about is hardly smut. It is considered by many critics to be the classic novel about the 1960s.
It's pornography!
No. The Supreme Court says it's not. And its author, Mr. Mann...
is sick.
Terrence Mann is a Pulitzer Prize winner, and he is widely regarded as the finest satirist of his time.
Yeah, well, I think he's a pervert. He's probably a communist, too.
Yeah!
What planet are these people from?
Was this set in the 60s?
No, it's set in the 80s.
In the 80s. Because the movie was released in the 80s, so it was set in present day?
It's set in, I think, 88.
Mm-hmm. Why are they still yelling about communists in the...
Mr. Harris,
it was Reagan era, I
so-called
guess.
novels of Terrence Mann endorse promiscuity, godlessness, the mongrelization of the races, and disrespect to high-ranking officers of the United States Army.
You know, Affleck and Damon were in this movie.
Were they really?
Yeah, they were baseball fans in the scene at Fenway Park.
Oh, nice.
Before anybody knew who they were.
That's cool.
And that is why right-thinking...
Boy, Kevin Costner was a good-looking guy. Man, he was a good-looking guy.
He's kept it together. He still looks good.
I mean, I guess so, but I mean, I'm talking like the Bull Durham Field of Dreams, like clean-shaven Costner.
His heyday.
Man, what a good-looking guy.
Slow down over there.
Sorry.
Your clock ticking in your pants?
I
What are you doing?
I just stole a
9
Timex. Mickey's got both hands at 6, Mary.
School boards all across the country have been banning this man's SHIT since 1969.
Excuse me, madam. Excuse me. Terrence Mann was a warm and gentle voice of reason during a time of great madness. He coined the phrase, make love, not war.
You're never going to get anywhere being calm and thoughtful with a group of people. You got to scream at them.
You can in a movie, though.
Oh, you can?
But screaming doesn't help anyway.
All right, well. Anyway.
Where was the part?
I don't think that masturbation was in that scene.
I think it is, but I think it's later. Is there more scene? How much more scene is there?
While other people were chanting, burn,
2
baby,
minutes?
burn, he was talking about love and peace and
comes up here.
understanding. I cherished every one of his books, and I dearly wish he had written some more.
Here it is.
And I think if you had experienced even a little bit of the 60s, you might feel the same way, too.
I experienced the 60s.
No, I think you had 2 50s and moved right on into the 70s.
Hi-oh!
It's definitely in there. Keep going.
Okay.
I want it, 'cause it's a very funny
Well,
thing.
your husband plowed under his corn and built a baseball field.
Now, there's an intelligent response.
The weirdo.
Annie.
Honey, it's all right. I'll be cool. At least he is not a book burner, you Nazi cow.
At least I'm not married to the biggest horse's ass in 3 counties.
These are the insults.
Yeah, these are great.
He plowed up his corn for a ball field.
You lit liquor.
She called him a weirdo.
you weirdo. Yeah.
All right, Beulah, do you want to step outside? Fine.
And then they have to be held apart. I don't think I watched the whole. I don't think it's in there.
Man, I wonder.
I think the masturbation part is in there. But anyway, the book banning, book banning, I guess, not burning, Field of Dreams, but because they just played that game there out of the Field of Dreams, and I know Timothy Busfield was there. I know that Kevin Costner was there. I don't know if James Earl Douglas was there. James Earl Ray, is that who you were thinking of?
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, he played. He killed Martin Luther King, and then he played the author in Field of Dreams. It's a very strange turn for him. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us a message there if you're inclined. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, Caleb, and Ken, listening on the podcast last week. It's a little surprising to me that nobody from the University of Akron has sent Poundcake like a cease and desist or just reached out and asked him to not associate himself with the university anymore, especially when he goes with the single sclerosis followed by the mobile motel home hotel 1-2 punch to end the week last week. Keep up the good work, buddy. You're doing great. Love you. Bye.
What's the matter with that? That was a 1-2 punch. That shows that Poundcake's thinking outside the box, thinking outside of your narrow conceptions of what the world can be. So he thought a motel was a home hotel, or a hotel was a home hotel, and a motel was a, what was it? It was a mobile hotel.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you're on the go, stay at a motel. If you're staying for an extended period of time, stay at a hotel because it's more homey.
There you go.
That's when
It's
I was
more
out on
homey.
Thursday?
Yes.
I had to.
It was. You would have remembered.
Honestly.
And then he asked if there was a single sclerosis.
I was here for the single sclerosis.
You were here for single sclerosis. These are just questions that anyone could ask. Now, Caleb and Kent is assuming a lot there.
I was going to say.
Have you ever been asked by the University of Akron to keep it on the DL that you're an alumnus?
No.
Okay.
But, like, honestly, when he called, I was like, well, what did I say? Because there have been multiple times where I'm like, I could have said something, but that I don't even think the multiple sclerosis and the hotel motel thing was bad. I've said a lot worse as far as my intelligence level goes.
Reminds me, Bill, of a story. I don't know if I've told her on the show. It's about a cow named.
I want to ban that story. Let's have a town meeting.
You Nazi cow named Contented Linda Grace. Oh, boy.
I guess they edited it out of that YouTube scene, but on the actual movie, it's still in there. Where
Oh,
she
okay.
goes, you know why he stopped writing? Because he masturbates.
There you go. Well, you should absolutely remove any mention of masturbation from YouTube videos.
Yep.
Very, very important. Alan, your boy Jay Cutler stepped in. He's not my boy, just because he used to play for the Bears, and we liked him when he was with the Bears. He got dropped by Uber Eats because I guess he's an anti-mask guy or something. So,
he's less cute now.
He's less cute. Jay Cutler is not a cute guy. He looks like a guy who's slowly melting from the top of his head.
I like that look.
No, you think his wife's hot and you're working backwards. You're reverse engineering.
Kristen.
You're reverse engineering the situation.
I don't want to have sex with Kristen. I have the big.
I didn't say you thought she was
I have the hots for like the lunkhead look, like big, muscular, and.
It's not really all that muscular.
No, he's not.
Bigger than Cody.
And they're splitting up anyway, right? Aren't they getting divorced?
They're already divorced.
Oh, they're already divorced.
Because he had to give her a bunch of money.
No, she had to give him.
She had to give him.
Yeah, because she got that clothing brand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a smart move. You know, everybody gives these chicks a hard time for marrying athletes and then take them for what they're worth. Athletes should be marrying girls who are kind of well-known, but well-known enough to have a clothing brand.
Or to get the clothing brand after they get married.
Or whatever.
Where it's like they're like the athlete is A level, they marry a B level celebrity, the marriage bumps that girl up to A level, then
clothing
take all
brand.
their money.
Yeah.
And then he starts doing all the designs. He's like,
Yes.
it's actually what I really wanted all along. Because I just wanted to be a female clothes designer.
Right.
Or a woman's clothes designer.
So, to Caleb's question about whether or not the University of Akron has ever requested that Poundcake, trust me, I would go on record as assuming that there are way genuinely dumber people who came out of the University of Akron.
Yeah. And
just by Poundcake's own admission.
Well, I'm just saying, if they wanted me to shut up, I would totally shut up. But I don't feel like I feel like I represent them well. Everyone says stupid stuff, and I'm on there 4 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Yeah.
And nobody's going there as a first choice anyway. It's a school you can get into.
I went there for a first choice. The
You
radio
did
program,
not.
Yes, it was. The radio program is superior. It
To
is.
what?
We are the top student-run station in the country.
Oh, stop!
I told you
that's
this
what
before.
that's what they tell you. There's no way to verify that.
Okay, well,
What does that mean? The top student-run radio station in the country.
Okay, well, I took your word for it.
Yes. You wanted to go there because it was close, because you could get in. What other schools did you apply to?
I applied to Kent. I applied to.
Did you get into Kent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why didn't you go to Kent State?
Because I've been to their campus and I don't like their radio station. It's small. Like Akron actually has like a frequency. Like they don't. I don't know what it's like now, but Kent's had they had like Black Squirrel Radio.
And it was just internet radio.
It was just internet radio.
Oh, they didn't have a terrestrial station.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
And so Akron's was the biggest at the time. I don't know what it's like now.
And you didn't want to leave the state.
Well, no, I definitely didn't want to leave the state. But OU,
because all you talk about is wanting to get out of here. So why wouldn't you?
But that was for.
Why wouldn't you start that off by going to college out of state?
Because that takes a lot more money, and I wanted to be close enough to where I could go home and ask my mom for money if I needed to, and I wanted to be.
They don't have telephones in out-of-state schools. Hey, Mom, I need more money.
But I didn't want to be far away. I wanted to be far away enough where Mom just can't drop in, and my mom doesn't take highways, so it was perfect. It was perfect. Staying in the dorm was just perfect enough for me. I mean, it was fine.
So none of that explanation had anything to do with the academic track.
Well, the radio program.
The broadcasting program.
But again, there are tons of schools that have those.
But
I'm just curious
I went specifically
why.
for that, the School of Communication at
Because they told you, they made up some nonsense. We're the top run student station in the country, which sounds good to people coming out of high school, but doesn't really mean anything. There's no way to verify that.
Well, Akron's was the only one that I was familiar with because that's what I listened to. I would drive to school.
Oh, you already listened to it.
I drive to school in the morning, and I didn't know it was a student-run station. It was 88.1. I just knew it was commercial free.
And you go, this place needs some Cobra.
Well, it was. I didn't recognize the difference. I was just like, okay, I could listen to our station, 96.5, or I could listen to 88.1.
I see.
And they played kind of like the same music at the time, and I was like, okay. And then I didn't realize it was student-run. So
but you didn't notice that the people on the radio sounded like kids who were just starting out in radio?
I don't think I really realized it at the time. In high school, I was listening for the music.
Yeah,
and then
and also when you're in high school, everyone sounds like an adult if they're doing an adult thing.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about it because at the time I didn't think I was going in for broadcasting.
Then why were you so interested in their school of radio?
Yeah, I think he's making this all up.
No.
I think he's working backwards on this.
When I was driving to school in the morning in high school, I was not thinking about going into broadcasting at that time. I was still in the closet. I didn't even know if I was going to go to college. I started driving when I was 16.
What does that have to do with college and your career track that you were still in the closet?
Because I took carpentry to be manly.
Oh, I see.
And I was like, this is going to be my entire career field. I'm going to, build tree houses and build lake joys for people.
Tree houses.
The dream of every carpenter is not to build homes or buildings. It's tree houses.
Homes and trees.
Yeah.
I want to build my tree house. I want to build whatever I want to build because I'm a man and I can do whatever I want.
Right, I understand.
And it wasn't until that a teacher came by, I was essentially the ambassador for the class, and I could tell them everything about the tools that we use and what we do in
just
class.
couldn't use them.
I just couldn't use them or didn't want to.
Imagine Poundcake build a treehouse for your kid.
And my mom,
it's like if you're trying to have a late term abortion.
Stop right there.
You just have Poundcake build a treehouse for your kid.
Oh my gosh, no.
Like,
and so
our 5-year-old fell.
Are the nails supposed to be rusty or?
So yeah, it wasn't
it's
until
sticking out of the board.
It wasn't until that class where a teacher was like, "Oh wow, you're really good at communicating." She didn't hear me talk all the way, but she just heard me speak to her. She's like, "You should go into broadcasting." And I was like, "Is that a lucrative career?" She's like, "It can be."
Who told you this?
This was a teacher from another school.
That lady, I think, is how he referred to her.
But she really left her mark on him. Yeah, she was a real inspiration to me. That lady. My first mentor, that lady.
She wasn't my mentor. She just was a teacher.
I know, I was kidding because,
Yeah, she was just some random lady.
Huh.
Some teacher.
Some random lady. And she suggested that you get into broadcasting.
Because it can be very lucrative.
I asked.
Spoken like somebody who's never actually worked in radio.
No, I asked, could it be lucrative? And she didn't
Well,
necessarily...
anything can be lucrative, I guess.
So yeah, you should go into communication.
So she didn't lie to you.
There's probably a treehouse builder right now. It's like, I make a great living building treehouses.
That's right.
Builder.
I've only lost 3 kids to falling out. I forgot my level that day, and they just come tumbling right out onto the grass. And if they don't hit a branch on the way down, they're going to be okay.
Sometimes you want them to hit a branch that slows them down.
There you go.
Break a leg.
Alan, there's a show on Animal Planet called Treehouse Masters that could have been Poundcake. I've seen that show. It's amazing.
And I'm sure
what
people
they do.
vacation in those houses, too.
Vacation. There you go. All right, I got to take a break. I want to get a text, 35192. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
Okay. Well, can we call right now? We got to call. Can we get the facts?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to send me a text. You can watch at AlanCoxShow.com. Now, Indians tonight, they're going to start up against the Twins. That's a 3-game series in Minneapolis, 8:10 tonight here on MMS. So 7:40 is when all that pregame stuff will get going. And then they'll come back home this weekend to play the Angels of Anaheim on Sunday. They're playing in the Williamsport, PA. Is it on the Sunday game?
Yes,
yeah, Sunday.
Game.
Indians versus the Angels in Williamsport, PA, which is the home of the Little League World Series at Muncie Bank Ballpark. That's not the park that the kids play in for the Little League World Series, is it?
It is. Well,
they don't shrink down a ballpark for
I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I just know that they have like special jerseys for it, and I was looking at them, and like the replicas are like $130 or something like that.
Yeah.
But the authentic ones, if you want like a player's name on the back, $475.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
they look cool.
But we were talking about Jay Cutler and Kristen Cavallari, and Jana points out Kristen Cavallari now is dating our buddy Jeff Dye. How you like that?
Well, I don't think they're dating currently. I think.
Oh, yeah?
I think they got caught making out once, but I don't think it's.
They got caught? By who? Jay Cutler?
No, by TMZ.
Oh. Yeah, but that's TMZ's job. You're not caught by TMZ, are you? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm saying, but that was also like months and months ago.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. So I don't know what Jeff's current situation is, but he doesn't have a girlfriend as far as I know.
Well, he's a good-looking guy.
Yeah, and
he's
likes
a
to play the
handsome
field.
lad. Handsome lad.
Is that when you've made it? If TMZ catches you in the act?
TMZ's just out there looking for people to photograph.
But they're looking for celebrities to photograph.
Maybe.
They're not.
I mean, how many times have you gone on TMZ and be like, I don't know who that person is? Now, that might be just kind of out of touch with current pop culture. Maybe it's everybody's a celebrity to somebody.
I was
right?
going to say, there's a lot of people on TMZ right now that I have no idea who they are because TikTokers are now mainstream. Like, they are legit celebrities.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I love the girl. Did you see the video of the lady on the Zero Gravity fair ride? You know, the Cuyahoga County Fair ended last night. I'm sure with a bang. Did you make it out there?
No.
Did you? That's in your hometown of Berea, Ohio.
I know where it is, Alan.
Why didn't you get out
there? You said the Lorain County Fair?
After the Cuyahoga County Fair.
Oh,
yes, the Lorain County Fair
In
is in my
Berea.
hometown of Berea.
That's why I was confused.
No, listen. You were the one that made a big show. Bill and I are over here going, fairs aren't for us. Whatever.
I love
You're like,
the fair.
I love fairs.
Well, that whole
You guys are elitists.
All right.
And then
All right.
you don't even go. At least we didn't go because we don't want to go.
And the reason that she likes to go is to look down on people and be like, look at these poor jerks in their ugly clothes and their bellies and yeah, that's what you said basically.
People love to feel superior to other people. And even though you're a hillbilly at heart, by your own definition, you couldn't be bothered to go and see
gallivanting around town.
The whole conversation.
You said, hey, listen, I don't want to run into people I went to junior high with, even though I can look down on them.
I have to have brunch with my friend from New York.
That's right. I might go home and take a nap because I don't live in Berea anymore and I don't have 6 kids at 23.
The whole conversation started.
You couldn't be bothered to get out there.
The whole conversation started because I said I was upset that I wasn't going to get the chance to make it to the fair this weekend. I had stuff going on, Alan.
Please, whatever.
Thursday, I was in Boston, and then I flew back Friday,
Yep.
and then I was part of a comedy festival Friday night. I went and then saw Six City Comedy Festival. It was
You
great.
could have gone Saturday during the day.
Saturday during the day, Dan Cummins was filming a documentary. He had a documentary crew with him, so I did an interview for that during the day. I went to brunch with the comic from New York during the day.
They could have come to the fair and interviewed you at the fair.
Set up the documentary at the fair.
In your natural habitat.
No.
Here's Mary Santora in her natural habitat.
They would have been happy to.
Saturday during
right
the day.
in front of the elephant ear booth.
Woke up, took the comic from New York out to brunch. She was visiting for the festival, so I showed her around Cleveland a little bit. Went and did that documentary, and then shows
brunch at the fair.
Started. Yeah, corn dogs for brunch, which
You know, the
honestly sounds
Cuyahoga
so
County
good.
Fair started last Tuesday.
And I didn't have a chance to go.
Uh-huh. Do you hear that, Bereans? one of your favorite daughters
Listen to me.
didn't have
Don't
the
do
time,
this.
didn't have the time, by the way,
I did
to
it!
come and mingle with you.
Tuesday is grief therapy day. So what am I supposed to do? Go to the fair and cry into my elephant ear?
Yes.
No.
The
I didn't have
salt
time.
would give it a little bit of tang.
That would have been good people watching for others.
Wednesday night, what did I do Wednesday night? I had an early flight to Boston Thursday. So
Yeah,
I
Mary,
didn't do
why are you
anything
so
Wednesday
unwilling
night.
to put yourself on the receiving end of the people watching? Why do you just have to be the people watcher?
I do.
Why can't you be the watchee?
I am the watchie on my Instagram every day. People
No, not
telling
on
me
Instagram.
everything they think.
Oh, come on. Who cares? You go out to that Cuyahoga County Fair and you walk around, put a crown on or something.
I'll do whatever I want.
Except
Go to the fair.
mingle with the people with whom you spent so many years in solidarity, fellow Bereans who probably would have really loved to see you.
I was very bummed out. I didn't get a chance
You
to
sound
go.
like it. They would have said, oh my God, Mary didn't have to come back here, but there she is. She's still one of us, even if she's on a rocket ride to superstardom. Here she is,
Meteoric rise.
Here she is, defiling herself is a little harsh. Here she is.
Why couldn't you go yesterday?
Because I had another brunch yesterday.
You
with
and your
two friends
brunches.
I had.
Nobody likes brunch that much.
Two friends I hadn't seen in a while. We went out
So have
to
dinner
brunch.
with them.
I couldn't.
Brunch could have been elephant
Listen.
ears, a frozen Mountain Dew, a deep fried Oreo.
good.
That could have been brunch.
So I went to brunch with my friends, and then I had to
Sounds
help.
like you like brunch more than you like fairs.
That's not true. It just all happened to be scheduled this same weekend. And then I saw my boyfriend for like 2 hours, which wouldn't have been enough time to go and park and get what we needed and then leave.
I'm
And then-
hearing more
Oh my
bougie
God.
than hillbilly.
Yeah, that's
where
what I'm
does the
saying.
hillbilly? Hillbilly's great for a little funny marketing, but it sounds like you're 100% bougie.
You're right.
There's no hillbilly left.
You're
How many
right.
times have you been to brunch this year, and how many times have you been to a fair this year? That's
I
all
had
I'm saying.
I had my anniversary at the Monster Truck Rally.
That was with your boyfriend.
Yes.
That doesn't count.
We had fair food.
That doesn't count.
I had a corn dog for dinner
You were
that
doing
night.
you were doing a bit though. That doesn't count. This would have been you walking around the Cuyahoga County
I
Fairgrounds.
didn't have time this weekend. What do you want me to say, Alan? I'm just so
Hey.
busy because I'm the most successful comedian. I'm bigger than Jerry Seinfeld.
Listen, we all have to make time for things.
I was sincerely bummed out I didn't get a chance to go.
Mm-hmm. Anywho, there's a woman who was on the zero gravity ride at the York State Fair. This is in Pennsylvania, and she keeps going, "I'm trying to make a TikTok," and her daughter's rolling her eyes.
I'm trying to make a TikTok! I'm trying to make a TikTok!
You gotta watch the video. The sound doesn't do it
Zero
justice.
gravity at the York Fair. Okay, we're lifting up. Oh, let's go. Oh, I feel that right. Oh, okay, hold on a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to make a TikTok. I'm trying to make a TikTok. Hold on, my kidney. My kidney. Oh, my other chin. Hold on. Hold on. Domino melted.
Obviously, she's playing it up a little bit, but she's still having fun with her daughter. Oh, there goes my other chin. And she had plenty of them. But you got, that ride, like the centrifugal force whips you to the outside, right?
I can't
Trying to
spin.
make a TikTok.
Spinning makes me really sick.
See, the thing is, they don't go like that fast, just
not
fast
even
enough to
about-
stick you to the...
It's not even
You don't
about
like
the
the spinning.
speed. Spinning like in a chair like this, like an office chair, would make me feel sick.
I don't like it either. I don't go on these. But she was trying to make a TikTok.
I'm trying to make a TikTok! I'm trying to make a TikTok!
Have you guys ever been on any to any amusement park outside the state of Ohio? Because I've never been to like a Six Flags. The only thing I've ever been to was Disney World. And
No!
Yeah, I grew
they're
up
not known for their roller coasters.
We grew up going to Great America outside Chicago, which is now Six Flags. But it was Great America growing up. It was all like it was all the Warner Brothers characters. So all the merch was, they might have kept them, but when I was a kid, the merch was like Bugs Bunny shirts and Tasmanian Devil, crap. And that's what we grew up going to. I never even went to, my wife grew up outside Detroit, so she grew up going to Cedar Point. I had never been to Cedar Point until I moved to Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean, it was cool, like, when we would go there on field trips, or a school getaway. You see all the other school buses from, like, New York State and, like, Pennsylvania. I'm like,
You mean at
"Whoa."
Cedar Point?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's because Cedar Point's like the world's
I didn't know that at the
number
time.
one, yeah.
It's America's rock and roller coast.
America's roller coast. Didn't somebody just get a hit on the head over there?
I don't know.
Somebody was in line for the Top Fuel dragster, and a piece of metal came down and hit her in the head.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
ooh, she's getting paid.
Something. I mean, if she comes out alive, I guess. A female guest was injured after a metal object fell off the Top Thrill dragster.
You don't ever want to have something fall off of a roller coaster.
No. I'd rather have it fall off than shoot off.
Well, I'm just saying, no matter how big or how small, nothing falling off a roller coaster is going to sound good.
No.
Good.
When she was waiting... So when you wait in line, does it... Because it's been so long since I've been over there. When you're waiting in that long line, does it thread through the bottom of the
coaster? Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, there's
Not through the bottom of it.
Well, no,
It's like
you're-
from
it
where
just
it
goes
takes off, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying,
up and
Well,
down.
then how
You're
did
in a
she
pit.
get... This says a small metal object came off of a train at the top of the ride.
You're like behind it almost. Like the line wraps around behind it before it goes up on the track. The Top Thrill dragster just goes straight up and down.
No, I know that. But when you're waiting in line, how
she
would
didn't have to be like right next, Mary.
I don't
I'm talking
remember,
about like when you enter into the ride.
You're behind it. Yeah. That could happen.
Okay, so the waiting in line, I didn't remember it
I don't
snaking
remember
around
either.
the ride.
Not around it.
Well, then how would she get hit by...
Behind it.
Well, then how would she get hit by something that fell off the top of the...
Because it could go anyway.
Yeah, okay. She was taken to a local hospital. That's really the best way to do it, too. To get these people to a local hospital.
Where are you from? Massachusetts? What's your hospital of choice?
Take me to Amherst! Her condition is unknown.
Ooh, you don't want an unknown.
Well, I wouldn't say unknown. I mean, she got hit in the head with a piece of metal. We know that part.
They were like, how much can we pay you to just make this go away?
Well, maybe so.
Name a ride after me.
Name a ride after me. It's the Terry Thrill Dragster. Yeah, Kennywood in Pittsburgh, and everybody's got their fun little places.
Never been to Kings Island. Never been to Kennywood.
Kings Island's a waste of money.
Is it?
I feel like being from Cleveland, we are like, or at least I am, like a roller coaster elitist.
You're spoiled by Cedar Point.
You can't, because anywhere else you go, it doesn't, it's like, why am I even here? It's like boring.
Yeah, but these places are trying to compete with Cedar Point, so why not throw them a couple of bucks and pretend to have fun?
Because it's not as fun.
Well, okay, but fun's relative.
Okay, Captain Fun over here, mansplaining fun to me.
I'm not mansplaining, no. I'm saying just fun is relative.
So I guess my point is I could drive 45 minutes to go to Cedar Point or 3.5 hours to go to Kings Island.
I understand.
So it makes more sense to go to the better park, right?
She was in
or
line.
15 minutes to go to the fair.
Oh, God.
People are saying she was in line for a different ride. She was in line for a ride called the Iron Dragon. Okay, so she wasn't in line for the
Well, then she got what she deserved. A little piece of iron. She's in line for the Iron Dragon. And also, what do you... Who
rides the Iron
Who has to
Dragon?
wait in line to get on the Iron Dragon?
I don't know that ride.
It's really old.
Is it?
It's like almost
she
like a
must have
little
liked
kid
it.
ride at this point.
She was nostalgic. I didn't say how old she was. It's supposed to be dragon, not fallen.
That's the first ride that I remember them advertising when I was a kid. And my brother and my cousin went on it. And I thought it was like the coolest thing ever. I'm like, man. Because of the commercials, they really sold it. They didn't actually show the ride really. But it was also like they didn't have like hanging roller coasters before that one.
Yeah.
Didn't they just kill one of the rides over there? They just
they're always killing them.
Yeah, they're going to take something down.
They're taking the Wicked Twister.
Is that what it is?
Oh my gosh, I didn't like the Mantis. What was the one that had all the pressure on your legs?
The Mantis.
Yeah. Oh God.
And they changed that. I think that's Valraven now.
God, the Valraven's fun.
What was the old roller coaster? I called it
but it's not the Valraven now. What's
Valraven's the one where you're laying down and you go drop more than 90 degrees. Like you drop and you're off the track for a
the
little
Mantis
while.
one is still like the same track. They just painted it and I can't remember what they call it now.
Rougarou.
Rougarou, yeah.
Rougarou.
Yeah, rigmarole.
Zublies.
How long's the line? They got fast pass for the rigmarole.
The Pound Coaster.
What's the one?
The Pound Coaster.
Oh God. What's the one? I felt like they should call it Migraine Maker because it just banged your head back. It's like one of the older rides.
Blue Streak.
I feel like it was started with an M, or it was like the
Mantis?
Magnum?
No.
Oh, there's the Mean Street. There's the Mean Street. And
Mean Street. It was an older one.
Your head isn't in it. You're thinking of the Raptor, where you're like standing.
No, if it's one of the wooden ones, there's the Blue Streak, and then there's the Gemini.
It's one of the wooden ones.
No, Gemini's the one where you race. That's where you have two carts and you race.
But it's still wooden.
Yeah, but
You're
I think
thinking of the Raptor because you stand up and your head is like in a thing.
No, I think
you're standing.
That's a newish. You're not standing. I'm talking about a sitting one.
he's thinking of the Mean
And your
Streak.
head's no.
But Mean Streak was a headache maker because it was so shaky.
Maybe.
Even if you're not hitting your head again, but it was just such a it just turned your brain to a
Well, that's
milkshake.
Steel Vengeance now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're thinking of Raptor.
I don't think we are.
Anywho, hope that this lady is okay. I imagine that her bank account is soon to be very okay, and who knows what'll happen.
Can't you just get hurt and not sue? Is that a thing? Like, don't people just get hurt anymore?
Why get hurt then? You know.
Back in the olden days, we just got hurt and went on about our lives. We didn't just want to take people for their money.
Because it's one thing if, let's say, something fell out of someone's pocket on a ride. Then if you're the park, you could make a case for, look, we got nothing to do with that. We tell people to keep their eyes. But if it's a part, or if they determine it's a part that came off a ride that's potentially dangerous for the people who are on the ride, people who are near the ride, like, that's nothing that the park would want to let go.
I'm just saying.
The park's not going to want to, they're going to want to fix that.
If you suffocate, are you going to sue the air because you can't breathe? I'm just saying.
And also, you're the person.
Is that what you're just saying?
Here.
Shut up, Poundcake.
Yeah, you're
Everyone
immediately
here.
Mr. Lawsuit.
You would love to get hit by a piece of metal at some point.
I would love to get hit by a piece of metal.
You'd be the happiest boy.
Yes.
Wouldn't love to get
You'd love to
I can't work anymore. I got damage to the brain.
You would take some blunt force. How would we know, for one thing? His
start
lawyer would
making
have
sense.
his lawyer would have a real uphill battle proving blunt force trauma to his head. Your Honor, my client, as you can see, is a complete moron after his accident.
But listen, so what happened was...
And they use clips from this show as evidence to be like, on the contrary. He was always this dumb.
Except
her family hung her out to drive. Hey, I wasn't wrong. You see the picture? Hey, I molest children. See the picture of her outside driving? Because I'm stupid.
Outside driving?
Britney Spears was finally behind the seat in the driver's seat of her own Mercedes.
You mean they didn't confiscate her driver's license? She can still get behind the wheel?
now she can.
Confiscate it. Confiscate it.
Well, anywho. So, I hope that lady's okay. But yeah, when you're just standing there, you're like, you want to have a good time. And Poundcake coaster be called Squeaky Time. Bumper cars that only went in reverse. All right, there you go. Yeah, I haven't been to Cedar Point in a long time.
I had a gold pass.
I haven't been out there since I sat in the car all day long while my son was inside.
What a bummer you are.
I wanted to be. I had a book I was trying to finish. I don't want to be inside by myself. I wasn't trying to master date inside Cedar Point. Thank you very much.
My brain is my roller coaster.
Well, all I'm saying is that, you probably wouldn't have time to finish a book in the 4-hour lines that you'd be waiting in.
Inside?
Yeah, take the book in with you. You're waiting in line for an hour.
No, I fast pass it. They were all.
I forgot you're a millionaire.
Yeah, you're right. There's lines of millionaires waiting for that fast pass.
No, there aren't because nobody can afford it.
Everyone, those fast pass lines are plenty long. Everybody's lining up for those fast pass.
$159 for a fast pass.
Nevertheless, oh, I know.
People
but there's
pay
no
for it.
shortage. Yes, there's no shortage of people who want to get that fast pass.
There's like the extra fast pass.
There's like the fast pass deluxe. Yeah, it's like
Speedy pass.
$250. Well, because the regular fast pass doesn't have it to the really good rides. You can't get it for Valraven or the Maverick or any of the new ones. So there's like 4 of the newest coasters that aren't included in the regular fast pass. So you get like the fast pass plus, which gets you in everywhere.
Listen, I was not going to stand in a hot line and read a book.
Why? You sit in a hot car?
No. I had my air conditioning on in there.
Okay, and what about your emissions, Alan? You're just going to tell me you don't care about the environment?
I just admitted to you what I did, Mary.
I'm spoiled by Cedar Point because of the times that they've done like events with us where they take us and we don't have to wait in line. They have like a guide and they're like, okay, we're going to go on whichever rides you guys want. And then we're going to give you a bunch of tickets for the barbecue and beers later.
Those are fun, but
then you can stay in the hotel.
Those are fun, but I do need... I can't do that many roller coasters in such quick succession.
Right.
When we did that, I was like, that was too much. It was fun.
It's fun.
But in retrospect, I was like, I need some time in between.
The
Were you
first time
talking about the mine ride, the one that was the headache, by the way? Someone called in and
The
said,
mine ride?
Mine ride?
it's the Mean
That's
Streak.
It's not... Was it a wooden roller coaster?
I don't know. I think it was.
The Mean Streak was a very rickety roller coaster, and it was like it would shake you all around. So it wouldn't even just be like that you had a headache; like your whole body felt like you got beat up.
You'd really been put through it.
Yeah.
I got to take a break. I will have air show passes for you. That is Labor Day weekend at Burke Lakefront Airport. There are no gate sales, so tickets are only available in advance. If you go to clevelandairshow.com, you'll be able to get them there. I will have them for you all week, so I'll get you a couple here on the way back. But just as an FYI, they're not selling any tickets to the gate this year. 35192, you want to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Cleveland National Air Show, September 4th, 5th, and 6th at Burke Lakefront Airport. Altitude with attitude. I get it. Cleveland National Air Show is presented to you by Discount Drug Mart. There are no gate sales. Remember that. So tickets are only available in advance. Get them online at clevelandairshow.com. I will give you 2 passes here. You can bypass all that nonsense, okay? 2 passes for the Labor Day weekend air show downtown. Good luck. Caller 10. Enjoy. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192. You want to text me. If you don't, the number is 35192. AlanCoxShow.com and watch live there. Thanks to Pete Gorbagong for helping out today. Also, thank you to whoever sent me the annual college football all-name team. I love the all-name team because it's just guys with crazy names. And Tank Bigsby over there at Auburn, that's my dad's alma mater. Go Tigers. He's not the only guy in the Tigers, though, with a great name. Smoke Monday
Ooh, that's
is
great
on
name.
the Auburn Tigers.
Smoke Monday.
As is offensive lineman Brodarius Ham. There's nothing offensive about that name. So the college football all-name team. There are a lot of guys in the SEC who made the cut in this, but boy, the names, because we had Barkevius Mingo. I had him with the Browns and my Bears. Who do we have now? Who have we got?
Is he the one that recently touched a kid or something?
Something like that.
Yeah.
He Barkevius Mingo.
Endangering a child or something?
Possibly tried to get a nephew and a friend in a compromising position. He might be Mingoing to jail for all we know. I don't know. But we've got somebody now, don't we? We got
Baker Mayfield.
No,
That's not the
Mary,
name
a
you're thinking.
funny name.
That's a
No.
funny name.
Well, I thought we just got somebody. A great
Jeremiah
name.
Nick
Owasu Koromora.
No, somebody. Oh God, somebody that we.
Red Wine.
I like Sheldrick Redwine. That is a good name. The guys on this year's college football all-name team: General Booty.
General Booty.
It's a guy that plays for the Lakery Crushers. His name is General MacArthur, and I just love that name. That's great. General Booty is a quarterback for Tyler Junior College. Kavosi Smoke. He's got to be related to Monday Smoke.
Smoke Monday.
Sorry, Smoke Monday. So probably not related.
Come on.
Kavosi Smoke. Fat Watts plays for Tulane. He's a wide receiver.
Talk about Watts. Fat Watts.
P-H-A-T. I wonder if he's related to JJ. That's Watt, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right. A guy named Aju. Makes me want a French dip. Goes to Clemson. There's Brodarius Ham. Dylan Deatherage. Dylan Deatherage goes to Western Michigan University, home of the Broncos there in Kalamazoo. Gentle Williams goes to Cal State. Gentle Williams. That's nice. A guy named Shitta Sila goes to Boston College. That's Shitta-Silla. Shitta Sila, probably. What is UAB? What school is that? University of
Auburn, Birmingham.
University of Albuquerque.
University of always banging.
UAB would be University of Alabama at Birmingham.
I said that.
You did?
Yeah.
I know. I said Auburn, Birmingham.
Auburn, Birmingham.
Close.
Well, they've got a defensive lineman named Fish McWilliams. I like that.
Fish.
Kentucky has Octavius Oxendine. University of Central
That's
Florida.
what you say when you're playing freeze tag?
Ollie Oxendine.
Or when you're playing hide and seek? Yeah.
Yeah. Ollie Oxendine. So he's out there at UAB. And no, it's Fish McWilliams. I'm sorry. Kentucky has got this other dude. Big Cat Bryant is at the University of Central Florida. I think that's UCF. Not to be confused with UCB, which is, of course, University of Citizens Brigade. There's a linebacker at Arkansas whose name is Bumper Pool.
That's a great name.
Bumper Pool. Power Eccles. Storm Duck at the University of North Carolina. Buck Coors. New Zealand Williams plays for San Diego State. And Georgopoulos at the University of Massachusetts. There you go. Well, listen, Greeks are going to...
You skipped over Connor Ass Alley?
Sorry, I lost my place. Yeah. Greeks are going to Greek. I got stuck on Georgopoulos. Hey. Connor Ass Alley at Iowa State. He's a kicker. He's kicking Ass Alley out there. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Frank. Storm Duck is all up in his business. Give it up for Fish McWilliams. Dodge Souser, Bear Hunter, I get it, at Appalachian State. I'll tell you what, one of the drunkest times I ever had in my life was at Appalachian State. They're in Boone, North Carolina. One of my wife's cousins matriculated there, and boy, did we have an old people's time with a bunch of college kids in the clubs at Appalachian State. What a good time. You're taking your life in your hands getting up there because you're like winding through the mountains.
Man.
The boy, is it fun.
That was just like the other night when I was in Pittsburgh, and it was like a heavy downpour, and I had turned on my GPS, but I had it set for walking for whatever reason. So it was taking me this weird way, and I look at it, I'm like, oh, I don't want to get home in a day and a half. I would like to drive home. So then I'd like switched it, but I'd already gone off the path. And so I had to go through like a neighborhood that was up the hill in this pouring rain. And it's just like not fun.
Driving
like,
in Pittsburgh is so stressful, man.
It's so stressful.
Love it. What's the matter with it?
It's just
First you go up, then you go down.
Yeah.
What's the problem? You make 3 lefts, you're in another county. Big deal. You got a couple of curves, right? First, that's why they have those color-coded signs. You're on the blue route, then you're on the red route, then find a yellow sign or something.
I didn't see any routes.
You didn't see those?
Nope, it was just
they got those signs.
A lot of rain.
Oh, okay.
A lot of rain.
All right.
But I got out of there. It was just a lot of rain.
Mm-hmm.
You sure you got out? You're back?
I have a good hunch.
They got those belt signs all around. You're on the blue belt. They're not very helpful at all, but for some reason... I
got away from the blue belt. I think it was just on like a back road going up through just a really windy road. Finally got back on the highway, but it was, it's just, you can't see anything coming around the corners. And
it's terrifying.
But weren't you in? But you guys are both talking about the Thunderbird Cafe, which is
on Butler Street,
right? Which is a main long road.
Right. And if I
hadn't set it to walking, then I would have got right back on the highway, and it wouldn't have been a big deal. But because I had it set to walking, it was taking me through like neighborhoods and stuff on the other side of the bridge. Because when you go over the bridge after you're,
it thought you wanted to walk to the turnpike.
Yeah, and I was like, woo.
I see.
So.
I think people are... Jadeveon Clowney is who I'm thinking of.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good name.
We fortunately got Jadeveon Clowney.
Well, don't sleep on Jeremiah Owasu Koromoa.
Oh, I'm not going to. Jeremiah Owasu Koromoa is his name?
I thought it was Koromoa.
Koromoa?
I believe so.
Alan the Browns have Sion Takitaki.
Takitaki, yeah, he had the interception
named after those chips?
Yeah.
Sion, is that what it is? Sione?
I don't know.
Sion Takitaki. Well, I like that. As long as it's fun to say, I don't care. You played football at Brigham Young University. Okay.
Speaking of Brigham Young.
Sion Takitaki.
Spent a lot of time with my parents this weekend and family.
Was that okay?
It was great. It was a really good time because my brother was in town from Idaho. And so Saturday night after my parents went to bed, I just hung out with my brother and sister-in-law, and we were having some drinks and just sitting by the fire telling stories about, like
a backyard thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fun.
But we didn't, we never bonded when we were kids because we were always trying to stay away from each other because we were all doing bad stuff to a certain degree. So we didn't want to really do it around each other because then we get in trouble.
Wait, you mean bad stuff that you weren't supposed to be doing as
Mormons? Yeah, so not like real bad stuff, but there was...
Why didn't you all join forces?
Because none of us knew that any of us were doing anything wrong.
Oh, it was unbeknownst to everyone else. So each person thought they were the only one.
Exactly.
I see.
And then you have to sit in that shame. And we were talking about all the stuff that we were doing. like I always thought he was like the most righteous of our brothers, and then he's telling me some stuff that he did. I'm like, oh man,
is he the one that lives in Idaho?
Yeah, he's in Idaho.
Okay,
and he's a lawyer,
but still a Mormon, right?
No, he left the church about 6 years ago.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
So he's out. You're out.
He's out.
Your sister's out.
My sister's out. The only one that's
who's
left,
in?
My oldest brother
in Michigan.
Yeah.
Okay, he's in.
But so they're only recently, like him and his wife left the church about 6 years ago, and. You know, they're very happy with their decision, and
so your parents' record must really bum them out.
Oh yeah, they feel like
they're 4-1.
Yeah, they're not super thrilled about that, but
or 1-4, or whatever it is.
Kids.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Like, but
religion's not the be all end all.
We were exchanging stories about like our missions and stuff like that. Like he was in Germany, and he was there like teaching classes because they didn't have a lot of people that wanted in Germany that wanted to be Mormon, so they did a lot more service stuff. And so like he was teaching like an English language class, and it was all young girls, and he's like, and it was the height of whale tails. And it was driving me crazy. Now he never did anything like I did. As a matter of fact, he told me this, that from the time he was a missionary and then well into his marriage, he didn't pleasure himself for almost 8 years.
Wow.
Right?
Well, if he was already married, then they were banging.
Yes. But there's still time in there.
That's a long time.
It's a long time.
Yeah.
To not just give yourself a maintenance tug.
To have a master date.
Yeah.
I would be afraid, like...
You'd be what?
I don't know. I don't know if I could go that long because
I know you can't.
But I guess...
Well, if you thought it was against God, if you believed that, if you were trying to be a pious individual and you believe that's what jams a lot of people up.
I try to think of other ways to do it. Like everyone thinks of a loophole. Like as long as I don't touch myself, but if I rub it up against something, it doesn't count.
But he's too analytical for that. So like he thought it was like absolutely you shouldn't do that, and he also
or that God's watching.
Right.
Yeah.
And he also thought that like he's like he wouldn't watch pornography and then take care of himself. Like, he would do one or the other. He's like, I'm not going to commit two sins.
Huh.
So,
pick and choose.
Double
yeah,
sin.
so he'd pick and choose. And
so he's never just going to watch porn, though.
You could do one
But that's what he would do.
And he would just not touch himself?
Yeah. I'm like, man, no wonder you were such a raging a-hole.
Yeah.
It's all pent up.
Yeah.
Wow. And so did that make you feel better to learn that your siblings had just as many trials and tribulations as you did?
Yeah, it did. It made me feel way, way better because... It's like, I wish we had talked about it then because we had all had the same questions, but it wasn't an open forum. It was just like, we were terrified that if we left the church, we would be completely, cut off from our family.
Disavowed.
And stuff like that.
There are a lot of Mission Impossible undertones to the whole thing, right? It's very kind of... your mission, should you choose to accept it, although you guys didn't have a choice.
No.
If you're caught, you'll be disavowed.
Yeah.
Any knowledge of your mission will be disavowed. So it was probably harder. You talk about your brother being in Germany. It was probably a harder sell to get people in like modern developed countries.
Yeah, absolutely.
To buy into.
Probably especially Germany, where he's like, hey, you want to do this thing where we all think the same and there's one leader and they're like, well, I've heard of this before.
But that was a long time ago with respect to people who are living now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, well, right. But I mean,
But Germany's also like not a very, there are religious people there, but it's not like...
It's a largely secular society.
Yeah, not like the Philippines where they're jumping from any hope that you can give them. And that's what you're basically selling them. Like, yeah, in this life you're not that happy, but in the next life it's going to be better. And when you're teaching them all that stuff, they're like, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah. In Germany, they're like, we have science. We'll be fine. Thank you. I'm just curious... Not curious. I'm surprised that, because you've all been adults for a while. I'm surprised you didn't have that conversation before now.
Well, I don't see him.
Forget being kids, but
but I don't see him that often, and it's like I haven't hung out with him in 2 years since we were out in Vegas together, and we have other conversations, but this is kind of the first time that we were able to talk about this stuff, and it's funny too because he's like, don't leave. Like, he texts me while we're all hanging out. He's like, I want to hang out with just you because we can't have these conversations in front of my parents.
It's true.
So we're like waiting for them to go to bed too. So, like, once they went to bed, then we started talking about stuff. And I found out something else, which I got to be kind of vague on this, but a member of my family is not a member of my family. Which you,
everybody knew but you.
No. And then I found out that he knew, my brother knew, and then I talked to somebody else in my family about it, and they're like, I didn't know that. And so then I'm like, I'm shutting up about it because I don't know who knows this or not.
Right.
But it's a very Paulie from The Sopranos moment. Not that severe. Not where he found out that his mom was his aunt and his aunt was his mom.
Yeah.
But it was just one of those things where I'm like, oh, well, that kind of makes sense now. But it was an eye-opening thing.
Huh.
And he thought I knew about it, so he's just like, eh.
Like, said it in passing, and you're like, wait, what?
Exactly.
Like, yeah.
He's like, you know how. You're like, no.
Literally, that's what he said.
I did not know that.
And I was like, I didn't know that at all. And he's like, oh, well, that's how it goes. And I was like, oh, whoa. And he was like apologizing. I'm like, no, I want to know about it. I just didn't know about it.
Right.
But it was a weird thing to think about.
Well, because that wouldn't have changed your relationship with that person.
No.
Right.
No.
Interesting.
It's just like you go, oh, well, I guess there's some question marks in the lineage after all. Because we had things pretty well sewn up in the Squire family tree.
I was going to say,
my
family, I mean, we know so little about my dad's side of the family. My mom's side, I guess for better or worse, it's all pretty boring. Nothing exciting there. There's no, we know what's going on. Everybody was married for 100 years and then they died and,
The week my dad died, my boyfriend met all of my family for the first time. And it's a lot of people. It's, I have 5 brothers and sisters. They're all married, so 10 siblings, 10 adults and 12 kids. So it's a madhouse over at my sister's house. So he's kind of overwhelmed to begin with because he has a very small family. And then my mom, as he's about to walk out the door, my mom drops a bomb on us that my dad might have had another kid. And my boyfriend
hey, get home safe. Your dad might have another sibling. Bye-bye.
I remember he and I standing.
Take some food home with you.
Right, we were standing at the door, and I was like, "What? Like, what are you talking?" And I'm like trying to get information and like also get my boyfriend and his daughter out of the house, and I'm like being torn in 40 different directions. And then like I'm like, "Did everybody know about this?" And my siblings were kind of quiet, and like my one sister was like, "I heard about it," and da da da. And then I guess what had happened was my dad was hooking up with a lady who was married right before he got with my mom.
Okay.
And so he knocked up the married lady, but the married lady never told her husband.
Man, Tony was slick.
So those two just stopped hanging out.
Yeah.
So the married lady just had the baby.
This was before DNA.
Right.
Paternity tests.
But we're not 100% sure that it's my dad's. The timeline is what's fuzzy.
Right.
And so...
But what does the kid look like?
But no, so then we pulled up his
Does he have
guy's
a gray
Facebook.
beard?
Well, I feel like we pulled up the guy's Facebook and we're like, we all kind of look generic. There's no like defining Santora trait or anything like that. So it didn't really like, we for sure know we have another.
There was no
brother or anything
aha
like that.
moment.
Right. But my mom told us this, and as my boyfriend's like, had already just met everybody, is getting ready to walk out the door. We walk out the door, we close it, and I'm kind of quiet, just walking him to his car, and he looks at me and he just goes, Jerry. Jerry.
That's a perfect
Like,
response.
I don't know, man. I have no idea what's going on.
Right. So is it kind of everybody's kind of over it, or they're still curious?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because my one brother will send like a picture. He friended the guy on Facebook. Nobody said anything to the guy because there's no point. Where it's like, hey, your dad.
He didn't wonder why all these Santora family were suddenly friending him on Facebook?
I didn't, but they're the same age, like around the same age. So my older brother will send us screenshots and be like, hey, this is what our brother is doing. And it's like a random person that we don't know we've
for sure,
never met. And there's no point to
why is he going to show up and like have him drink like, hey, do you want to try this Coke and then get a DNA sample?
Man. Well, there's no point to do it because it'd be like we go up to this guy and be like, hey, your dad who you've known as your whole life is not your real dad. And your real dad's dead. Like, there's no point
and I'm
to
your
it.
sister.
And I might be your sister, but we can't get a DNA
test. I like going
Yeah.
to fairs, but I really like going to brunch.
So we had like a weird...
That's the premise of Pearl Jam's Alive. You never met your real dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your life.
So when Bill texted me about that, I was like, welcome to the white trash fan, buddy.
I mean, we
don't have anything like that I know of.
Definitely.
Relatives.
Well, because like my grandma and my grandpa on my mom's side, like they were divorced like back when people didn't get divorced.
Yeah.
So like they've always been pretty white trash on that side. So I've got that, but then I found out some other information. I was like, oh, well, that's new.
Yeah.
And it took it to another level.
Wow. All right.
About when he famously said, and I quote, "Brr, brr, I'm still alive. Brr, brr, I'm still alive."
Yeah. I got a break. If you want to get a text 35192, you can watch if you are inclined at AlanCoxShow.com, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
Also might have been different. 35192 if you want to text. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you do that from outside Ohio, tell me where you do it. Josh is a new listener in Tulsa. Ben is also in Tulsa. Just two completely different dudes from Tulsa. I got a letter from Trucker Ron, by the way, who listens in Pomfret, Maryland. He said, I'm a longtime listener. I'm a nighttime trucker line haul run from Upper Marlboro, Maryland to Woodbridge, New Jersey and back 5 nights a week. Wow. And I listen to your show every night. I adore Marion Poundcake.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
I don't really agree with some of your hardcore political views, but I still like you and your sense of humor. By the way, I hate Bill Squire.
There it is.
Any reasoning? Or?
Did he go into it or just hates me?
He is a narcissistic jerk with his idiot opinions. He goes way overboard, and I cringe every time I have to listen to it.
Oh, jeez.
Lighten up on Poundcake. He takes a lot of abuse. That's probably directed to all of us.
That's true.
Again, I adore Mary. She's a sweetheart.
Love you, buddy.
Love Mary, Poundcake, and you, Alan. Trucker Ron from Pomfret, Maryland. Well, listen, Ron, I appreciate you listening. I'm not sure where all this animus towards young Bill Squire comes from. Seems a little harsh.
Well, you know, being the narcissist that I am.
Are you going to make this all about you?
I guess so.
All right.
I mean, didn't he kind of make it about me?
He did. He most certainly did.
And we're all narcissists to a certain degree.
No.
Hey, listen, man. We're not doing this for a living because we're wallflowers, right? Yeah. Our friend Don Jameson is going to be back on the show tomorrow. He's got a gig coming up somewhere. He likes to work, and I always like catching up with him. So he's doing some club gig somewhere on Friday, I think. When's the 20th? Friday.
Friday, yep.
Yeah, he's going to be in town on Friday. Andy Summers from The Police I'll be chatting with. Chelsea Handler on the show next week. I'll have tickets for her show. She is coming through in October. So if you're a Chelsea Handler fan, I'll hook you up with those next week.
I like her a lot.
Chelsea Handler. Yeah, I do too.
She's very funny.
Yep.
And she's hot. She's like a MILF, but she's not a mom.
I don't think she's that hot.
You don't think she's that hot?
No, I wouldn't call her hot. She's attractive. I don't think of her as hot, though.
Okay.
You know what I mean? She's like my age.
Yeah, I know. And that's what I'm saying. Like, to just have it like that to where if I saw her in a bar, I'm like, okay, she's ready to party. Like,
that one's ready to party.
She looks like a woman who gets guys my age.
Well, she is ready to party. Very famously.
Okay.
She's down to clown.
She used to date 50 Cent. Like, that takes a special kind of woman.
Does it?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Because homie is stacked, first off.
Oh, is he really? Is he hung? 50 Cent?
Well, I assume he is. But
why? Because he's black? That's racist, Poundcake.
No.
That's your white side coming out.
Because of his stature. But also, I saw him in Get Rich or Die Trying, but that was flaccid in the shower scene where he's fighting.
What scene is this?
He's in prison.
Yeah, he's in prison in Get Rich or Die Trying, and there's a shower scene where they're like fighting, and they're nude, and I'm like, wow,
they're nude in the shower scene.
Yes, and
interesting.
Full frontal, him and the guy who from Hustle and Flow.
Oh, he's so cute.
The original roadie, Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard.
They
both
so
went full frontal, and I was like, wow, like, and no one made a big deal about it at all. No one even mentioned it.
So Terrence Howard and 50 Cent in this movie are crossing swords, and they're just flopping swords in the shower?
They're flopping swords, but yeah, they're fighting. So it's actually like a hood scene. Like, it's not gay for you to watch it because they're fighting. That's the only time you should ever be naked in the shower with another dude.
Shower, okay.
Yeah.
So it's 50 Cent and Terrence Howard.
Yeah, and they're throwing,
Why are they both in the shower?
Because you shower together
it's in prison.
Oh, they're in prison.
Yeah, it's in
I
prison.
see. Okay, so they're just fighting each other and nothing gay about it. They're just...
It's not gay if they use their fists.
Okay.
I'll have you know.
All right. Well, that's good to know.
So I'm just saying, like, Chelsea Handler, like, he's a big guy. Like, so it just surprises me, that's all. It takes a special type of woman to just put up with that. And
Open mouth.
Okay, well, listen. That's, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Hi, Ron. Trucker Ron, I'm just saying hi to him.
He's saying hi to Trucker. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he doesn't feel seen by you.
It's all right. It sounds like he... usually when someone hates me, it's because I believe in something that they don't.
Well, but that's
So, like,
what he said about
trans rights and
me.
stuff,
He
like,
goes,
yeah.
I don't like, a lot of people tell me, they're like, I really don't like your political opinions, which is absolutely fair, but I like you otherwise and blah, blah, blah. He didn't offer that to you.
Well, that's all right. I mean, I don't need to be...
Not going to make everybody happy, right?
Of course not.
Of course not.
Especially, I got enough truckers that already like me.
Yeah!
I don't need all the truckers.
There you go. My little pecan log.
What's up, Alan? Hate the show. Hey, Mary and Bill, please stop saying mm-hmm. I called once last year, and you guys have gotten worse. You say it now about every 12 seconds. Mary just did it 4 times in 1 minute. I was just counting.
Yeah.
Stop, please. Educate yourself. Speak a little better.
Listen, that's harsh too, but you guys, I've said this before. I think what this guy is saying is that when he tunes in, for whatever reason, I guess maybe that's just something that really drives him crazy. You know what I mean, Bill?
Yeah.
It just drives him crazy. And he's called before, and we've kind of discussed it in passing,
Yes.
But shut up, Poundcake.
I'm all right.
This guy.
Turn my mic off.
Yeah, well. Again, it's just one of those little things that drives him crazy. And he's one guy. So I really wouldn't put too... I like to get people's opinions on things that we do here on the show, but I wouldn't put too much extraneous thought into it,
Cosign.
So, anyway, yeah, there you go. Thank you for the call. Because we want people to call in and leave messages and things, and I think that's it's a marketplace of opinions and ideas here, and so I think that's really good that we do that.
I love it too, because I think the last time he called, he was like, all they say is, they just agree with you constantly. Like, it doesn't mean we're agreeing. I feel like that's just a tick of conversation.
It's an acknowledgement.
Like, I'm listening to you. Continue talking.
I call it the Fraser Crane.
Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe if I did that more, I remember what we talked about.
Yeah, you'd
on
be
the show.
engaged in the conversation.
The thing is, you couldn't
or just
do
listen.
Hey,
maybe if I made noises, that would help me listen more. No, just listen. Okay.
He's got to do it in a way that brings the attention to him.
Right.
Rapper Cardi B is hoping to trademark the very specific way she says okay, and we're not kidding.
Do it.
I can't.
Try it.
Okay.
There you go. Let's do that, Poundcake. No, not.
Oh, just like the okay?
Well.
Okay.
Right. So when I say something you agree with, you would say,
okay.
This is what Poundcake wakes up to in the morning after his 3-hour nap. Is that how you wake up from your 3-hour nap?
Oh, no alarm clock, honey.
I guess you wouldn't have an alarm from a nap. Like, whenever it ends,
unless
it ends, right?
Yeah, unless I have an event. Like, nap time is me time. Like, I'm taking a nap because I have the luxury to. And that's what's so freeing about it. It's just like, I may nap, I may not. I may look at some porn for a little bit, I may not. Like,
no, I understand.
I might look at a little bit, I might fall asleep.
You could do anything with your time because time's very valuable.
Yeah, and I always
we can always
choose
make
to
more
nap.
money. We can't make more time. Right. You could do anything with your time. You opt to go into a voluntary coma for a few hours and do nothing.
I mean, you're doing something. Napping is something.
No. You've done nothing, and again, I don't want to relitigate this from earlier in the show, but you've done nothing, and then you go, man, I'm worn out. I'm taking a nap. Yeah. I love it.
I'm glad you love it.
Good for you.
Are you just agreeing with everything I say?
I mentioned Josh and Ben, who live in Tulsa and listen to the show, and I hate to see stories of little heartbroken kids. Just hate to see it as a parent, as a citizen of the world. And as a person desperately trying to prove to people publicly that he is not a sociopath, a Tulsa, Oklahoma child care center is dealing with the fact that somebody stole their free library. You know, and you
How do you steal it? How do you steal it if it's free?
They took the whole thing.
Took the whole thing. It's not yours.
Checking out books.
It's not yours. But they didn't. It's usually take one, leave one.
Right.
Well, no.
Those little.
They took the books that were free. They took free books.
Well, they took all of them.
Okay. Well, maybe they wanted to read a lot of books.
Yeah, right. All these readers we got around
Maybe
us.
they're going to Cedar Point and they want to sit in the parking lot and read some books.
I hadn't thought about that.
We were just really confused as well why somebody would feel the need to essentially take from the children. Kids are being robbed of so many joys in life right now with this pandemic that it's unfortunate that it's something so simple and wholesome and it's just been taken from them.
That shows you in what dire straits our public education system is. And that these people are like, well, they took all the books. We couldn't possibly replace them. Those were the books we had. Those were the books. And they took them. They stole our free. But, you know, in a lot of neighborhoods you'll see, or outside a school, or I've seen little ones in people's yards.
The one right across the street from me.
Is there really?
Yeah, just like the first house in on the block has a little free library with books in there.
Yeah, I think when we lived in a different part of Bay Village, I think there was one like down this long street. I vaguely recall, but it'll be like almost like a birdhouse on a pole with books in it.
There's a couple of them by me. There's one that's like right up the street on Edgewater, and then there's another one on Lake. And the one that was on Edgewater used to have candy and dog treats too. But those
why are they giving dog treats to the kids?
Yeah, that's what they think of the kids.
Oh, Alpo, huh?
Well, it's not even a kids
it
one
was
though.
Cans
it's like,
of wet dog food. Yeah. Open
for like adults. Like it's more adult themed. There's the one that's over on Lake is more for kids, but this one is more for adults. They had some monk books in there. I was like, oh, maybe I'll read a monk book.
A monk book?
Yeah.
What, like chants and things?
Like the monk.
The TV show monk.
Oh, they had a book of a TV show?
I guess it was a TV show first, or
a book. I
think it was a book first. I'm sorry.
I see the character. I get you. Well, the only upside for this child care center in Tulsa is that they said that the person who stole it was caught on camera, and I assume they don't mean by TMZ, because I don't think they have an outpost there in Tulsa. But
he's definitely not going then.
Right. There's one more reason you shouldn't go to Tulsa, Poundcake, because this could portend a rash of free book thieves.
Oh, no.
You don't want that, right?
No.
You're someone who values education. Mm-hmm. You're someone who thirsts for knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Someone who has very publicly promoted literacy at an early age.
Yes.
And for such a beautiful thing as this to be defiled by someone, by some cretin, by some ne'er-do-well, take these free books. Surveillance video shows a person driving right up to it and taking it in the middle of the night. They didn't just take the books. They took the little house the books were in. They took the whole kit and or caboodle.
When we were kids, like the Scholastic Book Fair was just such a treat.
Oh my God.
It was so much fun.
Tables and books, and we would just stand there in awe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was the best.
I'm like, Mom,
do schools do book fairs anymore?
Yeah,
I would assume.
Do they? I mean, in a non-fundraising capacity? I think now they're like more like fundraising things.
That's what it was for our school. You still had to pay for everything you got there. Nothing was free.
No, but you bought it, but I don't remember it being like a fundraiser. It just like you bought the books. Like they showed you what books you could have, and then it went to the Scholastic Company.
Oh, maybe, yeah. But they had like,
I feel like the
they had a bunch of stuff.
Cut, though.
You would think it's a damn parade or something because they would march us in there and they were like, hey, it's a book fair. All the bitches would get it. All the Harry Potter books would go first. Couldn't even get up close to the line.
God, you're so young. Harry Potter was at his book fair.
Goosebumps when I was a kid.
Yeah, it was Harry Potter. Like
Fear Street.
I'm trying to think of we had Goosebumps.
We only had the Bible.
Bedelia.
We only had the Bible.
Just different versions?
Yep, that's right. King James, Queen James.
New International.
New International, sure. Bible for Dummies, that was in there too. I'll tell you what, and this probably is not a strange or rare thing, it's just I've never seen it before. As far as weird school fundraisers go, you'll see kids on the corner, car wash, that's fine. They're trying to wash your car or whatever. but I've noticed like there are multiple schools doing mattress sales.
What?
Have you seen these? For fundraisers. There was a school near me that had the kids holding out a sign, hey, this weekend, mattress sale. I'm like, that's not exactly that's not like a quick purchase, you know? That's not a walk right up fundraiser. Hey, here you go.
Yeah, right.
A mattress.
I'm not like that. Did a teacher steal a mattress truck?
I don't know. These are hot.
That's a weird one.
It's some hot hybrid, yeah. So this can't be the only school. I doubt that they have some kind of lightning in a bottle where they're the only school doing this. But I'm like, I wonder how many mattresses they move over there.
And do they have mattresses you can test out?
Or are they donated? Like they're all other people's mattresses?
I don't want
donated.
that.
Where are they going to get the mattresses?
Well, I assume maybe they buy them in bulk and then they upcharge. I don't know. Again, I didn't do any level of investigation. I just saw these kids on the corner with a printed sign. Usually car wash is scribbled out in some magic marker. But it looked like prefab signs, which means like there's a company that'll come around. Maybe if you're at one of these schools, you can get me hip to this. But I was like, wow, that's not an impulse buy, you know?
No.
And of course, I stuck my head out the window. I said, I purchased mine at Northeast Factory Direct. Thank you very much. And they just looked at me, Bill, quizzically, like they had no idea the words even coming out of my mouth. They didn't know what I was talking about.
Like, how does that help our school?
How does that help our school? You heartless bastard.
Yeah, I need a mattress is not something you buy on a whim and without testing out and knowing what you're getting. That's a weird fundraiser.
Yeah.
We did mulch for some Boy Scout stuff. But like people need a mulch.
I didn't think it could get weirder than mattresses, but it just did.
For cheerleading, we always did car washes. But mulch sale.
Mulch.
I guess you're down in Medina. People have land and gardens.
I mean, mulch is useful.
Just bags of mulch, yeah. But I feel like the car washing, like, that's one that I never patronized.
Well,
like,
it was
like
always
a cheerleader
like,
girl. Like, I'm not.
As an adult man, no. It was always like other, like our friends' families would come or like the boys who had cars at that point, and they'd like stay in the car and we'd watch, you know what I mean? We got in trouble the one year. This is either my freshman or sophomore year.
Put them on the glass?
No, we had towels to dry off the cars, but we were laying the towels out on the sidewalk to dry. So when the towel would be dry, we'd go grab it off the sidewalk and dry off the cars. So they had like little pieces of gravel on them. So we were taking these towels and like scratching up people's cars. And a couple people called and complained. And then literally after that, we'd always dried them in the grass, but it never occurred to us. And then people were pissed.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, I mean, I would be too, but we were like, oh, ha, ha, and then we'd like just go.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that. They were kind of like, oh, don't ever go to those car wash. Not to blow up anybody's spot, but it was like, don't go to those car washes because they can use these, you know, microfiber towels that can scratch the car, and they're just trying to get people through. I'm like, boy, no good deed goes unpunished.
That's right.
You guys are out there soaping each other up. You got the hose on. You know, they're getting a little playful. You can't do that with a mattress. You can't soap up the hot girl in class with a mattress.
Right across the street from our high school. I don't remember exactly what it was. If it was like a boys' home or something like that. But one of the directors came out and they were like, you cannot be on this side of the street. Like you're riling things up over it. Because we were in our bikinis standing on the side of the road. Like, come on, car wash. And
the other side is the hoe side of the street, ladies.
She came over and talked to like our cheerleading coach and was like, you cannot have these girls out here. Like these boys are losing their minds, and we have to have some sense of we can't get them away from the windows. So
I got 40 kids in there pitching a tent. All right,
right.
You got to get them the hell out of here.
So we were like, well, where are we gonna go? This is like the entrance, you know. So we had to like,
guys.
I love you, but please don't touch my vagina.
I got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, I will have Tribe tickets for you on the way back. They're going to be in town next week to play the Texas Rangers. So it'll be a week from this Wednesday at Progressive Field. So if you want to get yourself to a Tribe game as the season inches to a close, we'll get you a pair on the way back. 35192 to text. Also 530. Next chance for you to grab a keyword that could get you to Vegas, along with $1,000 for this year's iHeartRadio Music Festival.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Oh, no. Your Cleveland Indians going to be in town next week to play the Texas Rangers. I got a couple of tickets for you to get to next Wednesday's game at Progressive Field. Great seats are still available if you go to Indians.com. If you don't have that MLB Ballpark app, that should be on your phone because it makes everything super easy. You can buy tickets there, you can forward them, you can scan them digitally, all of it. So MLB Ballpark app is invaluable this time of year. Next Wednesday, 2 tickets for you. Tribe Rangers at Progressive Field. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Center for the Potentially Entertaining.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Trip to Vegas for you in about 7 minutes. Another keyword, be your last of the day. Still got a couple of weeks to get in on this. We're doing our iHeartRadio Music Festival a few weeks away, 17th and 18th of next month, out at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. It's Coldplay and Journey and Cheap Trick and Weezer and a lot of other bands. So it'll be a good time. We'll get you set up with tickets for that whole thing, fly you out, put you up, throw you $1,000 to do with whatever you see fit. It is Vegas after all. So 5:30 is your last chance each weekday to win. So that keyword is coming for you here momentarily. Indians play tonight in Minnesota. That's an 8:10 start against the Twins at Target Field. They took 2 of 3 in Detroit against the Tigers. 11-0 was the final yesterday. So, and they're not going to make the playoffs. Is that what you said?
The Indians, no.
Yeah, they're not going to?
Probably not.
Too many people ahead of them?
Yeah, they're pretty.
Huh. You know who will make the playoffs? The Chicago White Sox.
I don't need to know anything about that.
And the Tampa Bay Rays. Listen, man, I don't know what they're doing down there in Tampa. Must be something in the water. Yeah.
Well, the White Sox were cheaters back in...
I'm sorry?
The 20s, the 1920s.
In the 20s?
Well, I'm reminded of it because I just watched
Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams, and it's got Shoeless Joe Jackson in it.
Yep.
And
did you ever watch 8 Men Out with John Cusack? That's a good movie, too.
It is a good movie.
Yeah. And then 1920s, the Chicago Black Sox cheated.
I mean, the way to go is
like
to
the
cheat.
Houston Astros in the 21st century.
You cheat in the World Series, you get a movie made about you. So maybe we'll get an Astros movie down the road here.
Okay. Coming soon to a theater near you, Kiss My Astros. It's the story of how one scrappy team decided to use garbage cans to pave their streets with gold. And victory. You know what they did? They had garbage cans. They were banging garbage cans together.
You're thinking of Oscar the Grouch.
No, he lived in the garbage can. My understanding is that the Houston
There's
Astros
a garbage can under the sea. Oscar the Grouch.
They were banging garbage cans to send signals to each other.
Like they're in the musical Stomp.
Stomp, yes, like they were in Stomp. We're just practicing for Bring In Denoise, Bring In Defunk. Sorry, guys. So the Indians will play tonight there in Minneapolis. I was reading an article on Sylvester Stallone. You know, a lot of people might not realize he is in the Suicide Squad. He's King Shark. And they don't give him much to do, but it's kind of a little wink. Because he was in Guardians of the Galaxy 2, I think, isn't he?
Volume 2, yeah.
He and his body and face were in it.
Yes.
Body, face. How it goes.
All of it.
No, you got to make those distinctions with these movies. But he's King Shark in the new Suicide Squad. And what that means is that Sylvester Stallone has had a #1 film at the box office in 6 consecutive decades.
Good for him.
So Stallone has, listen, anyone who's got a career of that magnitude and that length, there's going to be some stinkers in there. But in 6 consecutive decades, Sylvester Stallone has had a #1 movie. People were worried he was going to peak early because he won the goddamn Academy Award for Rocky, a movie that he tried to get made for a long, long time, and then out of the gate, he wins it. So Rocky...
But did he win for actor, or did he win... I thought he just won for screenplay, because he wrote the screenplay.
He won for screenplay.
Yeah.
Yes. In the 70s, he had Rocky. In the 80s, he had Rocky and Rambo. Those were both number one movies. In the 90s, he had...
Judge Dredd.
What I think that the Sylvester Stallone Judge Dredd is an underrated movie. I loved the Judge Dredd comic book, the 2000 AD comic books. I love those. They remade it a couple years ago with Carl Urban, who I like a lot. He's on The Boys.
That was
like
Star 10 years ago now.
Oh, was it really?
It's been a long time.
The Dredd movie?
Maybe not quite 10, but it's been out for a while.
Okay.
It's one of those things where you're like, oh, they just rebooted that or remade that, and you're like, oh, wait, no, that was a while ago.
Okay. But I liked the Stallone one. I think Rob Schneider was in it.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, it is underrated. So in the 70s, he had Rocky. In the 80s, he had Rocky and Rambo. In the 90s, what was his number one movie in the 90s?
In the 90s.
He's had a number one movie 6 consecutive decades.
Stop or My Mom Will Shoot?
Nope, that was the 80s.
That was the 80s? I thought that was the 90s.
I thought it was
91.
80s.
Sylvester Stallone.
What's the one, Demolition Man?
No, but this one was great too. Well, it's not on this list. Cliffhanger.
Oh, Cliffhanger.
Cliffhanger was a great movie. Yeah.
That was his name of the character in the movie. Hi, I'm Cliffhanger.
Clifford Hanger, at your service.
Walls. All right, I get Ron's point now.
He was like, hey, could we cast Sylvester Stallone in one of the Spider-Man movies? Nope, but we could do the next best thing. We'll saw him climbing stuff. Cliffhanger I saw in the theater, and there's an opening scene in that movie that to this day blows my mind. The opening scene of that movie is what sets the stage for his mental anguish, the remainder. Remember Cliffhanger?
Yeah.
The opening scene, it's him and his girlfriend climbing, and she falls.
Yeah.
And they do this quick cutaway scene of her falling, but it's a zoom in on her face. Do you remember that? But her hair's flying up and she's screaming. It's like this super zoom on her face. Rather than pan out and see her falling, it's like this wind whipping, like if you were looking in someone's face as they were falling to their death. It was bananas. It was just this quick cut, and I thought it was such a wild scene for a movie. It was Rennie Harlan who had done like the Die Hard sequels. And anyway, the 2000s, his number one movie, well, I've never seen this movie. It's called Driven. I guess it was about car racing.
I remember the poster for that. But
I didn't know that was a number one movie.
I didn't know it was a number one movie either. It wasn't your favorite Rambo?
The one where that guy's head explodes?
No, I don't.
Shooting people's heads off. That one?
I don't know that was a. I don't know that was a number one movie. Driven was 2001, and it made. Well, the budget for it was $94 million. How was this number one? Maybe
it just got into number one at the box office.
Oh,
so it's just you release it on a weekend when nothing else is coming out. And
Okay,
you got number one at the box office.
Because I was going to say, I thought Driven was a flop. It cost $94 million and it made $54 million.
Well, the Suicide Squad is still technically a flop because it only made it was number one at the box office, but it made like $29 million or something.
Yeah, but don't they call it a flop when it just doesn't meet expectations? I feel like that's more on the I know they got to break even with the
everything
budget.
Right now is screwed over because of coronavirus. So you're not getting a lot of people. And then they're also hedging their bets by putting it on HBO Max too. So anything they can do to up their numbers for HBO Max, they're like, maybe the box office is not winning, but as long as a lot of people are watching it on HBO Max and it's upping our subscribers, they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, because I think Free Guy is only in theaters, so that's making money.
Right.
So Driven in the 2000s, The Expendables in the 2010s, and The Suicide Squad in the 2020s. Again, this is an administrative list because Sylvester Stallone didn't really have anything to do with The Suicide Squad. Other than do a couple of these.
It counts.
It does count.
But he's not even, he's doing quite a bit of acting by doing the shark voice. You all right?
Just keep going.
Wow.
Trying to cover it.
Are you all right?
Just keep going. Just keep going. Everything's fine.
Is that better than
I can't keep going now. Yeah. Would you rather, sir, who called, would you rather have her audible burps?
I didn't mean it. I was trying to hold it in. Open mouth. What is that?
You tell
me.
That's your voice,
know
Mary.
What that is.
That's your voice. You don't recognize your own voice?
Open mouth.
All right.
I don't remember that either.
So, congrats to Sylvester Stallone. Speaking of 6 decades, Madonna is 63 years old today.
Happy birthday.
Don't she got like a 19-year-old boyfriend?
Don't she got like a 19-year-old boyfriend? I'm telling you, that caller's right. You are going to get a call from the University of Akron. They're going to go, please stop saying you went here.
I will.
Don't she got like a 19-year-old boyfriend?
I thought we were having a pleasant conversation. I'm just talking how I normally talk.
I thought that's the problem. Don't talk when you're at work. Don't talk how you normally talk.
Doesn't she have like a 19-year-old boyfriend?
See, now he's going to stick it to me. You see, you know what it is. Don't she got like a 19-year-old boyfriend?
Sure.
He's 26.
Okay. Oh, I mean, okay.
And
My
she's going
apologies, sir.
All right. And now she's got, I guess she's reissuing all of her albums or whatever.
She doesn't own her masters?
I don't know. I don't think Madonna has any masters, Poundcake. I think she's her own woman. She will commemorate the 40th anniversary of some of her early singles.
40th anniversary of her.
Right? Well, she's 63.
I'm sorry. I don't know why that just hit me, but I was like, damn.
Yes, because she's old. Like, she's still trying to...
And she's in the Rock Hall and everything, right?
I don't know that Madonna's in the Rock Hall. I don't think so. Is she?
I don't know.
I think she is.
Oh, is she?
Probably got her, like...
2008.
Bazooka breasts.
Okay.
Did you see the interview, Don Cheadle, with Kevin Hart? And
yeah, they're doing a bit, and it was like, they're so mad at each other.
It's a funny bit, though.
It is funny, yeah.
Like,
but it's very clearly a bit.
Right, and that's, like, I picked up on it, but it's just funny. But, yeah, there's a lot of people like, oh, he's so mad at Kevin Hart. He's like, no.
It's so awkward. I got the
Play
clip
the straight
here.
man.
Yeah, it's awkward.
But at the same time, like I said, and me, you know, I'm 56 years old.
Damn! I'm sorry. Because it was a thought. No, seriously. It was a thought. It was a thought, and I blurted it out. I did not mean it that way.
I'm fine.
Okay, but just understand I didn't mean it the way it came out.
We'll take a poll on how you meant it with people here later after the show's over, but...
I can sit up here and honestly say, buddy, that was from a place of love.
Got it.
Like, damn.
Oh, that was from...
Like, damn.
You didn't... If we could play it back right now...
Play it back.
These are two different dams.
Play it back in slow motion.
There wasn't no...
I said...
There was no, like, wow, that's amazing.
Damn.
No, you said the word damn. Do you want me to tell you how you said it?
I know how I said it, Don.
Do you want me to say it back to you how I think you said it?
Go ahead.
Damn.
Not true.
Fam.
Not true.
Fam.
I said...
Kevin.
I said, damn it.
Each time you said it, now it's gotten quieter and quieter.
It's funny.
It's very funny.
But it made the rounds as like, oh, these two get into an argument.
Kevin. Just the way that he's trying. Kevin.
The show's called Heart to Heart. Boy, that Kevin Hart, he just grinds everything. There's nothing he won't put his name on. Good for this guy. I can't believe he doesn't bottle water. Maybe he does. What do I know? Why isn't he in on the rap snacks?
He probably has his own snacks.
But at the same time, like I said, and me, you know, I'm 56 years old.
Damn. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I think it's funny.
I think it's very funny.
Damn. Yeah.
Because especially with the visuals of it, like the look that he shoots him that makes him apologize.
Yeah, they just, it's
like,
so quick.
It's not something I think they set up, but I think it's something that when it happened, like Don Cheadle's got good comedy chops. He's
yes.
like, I know how to play this.
A perfect deadpan.
Yes, and it's great.
So Madonna is 63 years old today. She is hanging on by her fingernails, boy, trying to, people give Madonna a hard time, but it's the same thing Cher does. Cher's in her 70s. She got work done, and she's still working out or whatever, and I don't know why people give Madonna such a hard time.
Cher was my dad's favorite person to go see live. I've seen her live.
Cher was.
Yes. I don't know why it cracked me up so much because he was always into it's the right time frame, but he was always into this R&B and disco, Earth, Wind, Fire, all that. And then he would go see Cher whenever she was around. And it would I don't know why the picture of my large man father singing along to Cher songs just cracks me up.
Why isn't Cher in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
I think she's there with Sonny, right?
I don't see that.
Oh, I could have swore that she was in there with Sonny.
Sonny and Cher in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? I mean, I don't know. Cher is, people give Madonna a hard time. I was reading about Deborah Winger, who's the pride of Cleveland Heights, Ohio, by the way, born and raised there. Deborah Winger has been an actress for a long, long time. She's done a lot of good work. She was cast in the Gina Davis role in A League of Their Own and trained with the Cubs for a while. This was that was the movie about the first female ball club.
There's no crying in baseball.
Right, crying in baseball, right?
There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball. Did I cry? No. No. And you know why?
No.
Because there's no crying in baseball. There's no crying in baseball.
No crying!
Right. Deborah Winger was supposed to play the Gina Davis role, but she bailed after she found out that they hired Madonna. Because she thought they was going to turn the whole thing into a joke. And I'm like, well, it's not like Madonna's an amazing actress, but she was good in that movie. Like, why would you bail just because they hired another? Who cares?
She didn't like her.
I guess. She thought it was going to turn into like an Elvis movie or something because Madonna had done that song, right? Is the movie about the Rockford Peaches, which is about 90. We've got bureau chiefs in Rockford, about 90 miles northwest of Chicago.
It's a great movie.
I liked A League of Their Own.
It holds up. It's pretty funny.
I haven't seen it in a very long time. I don't know if I've ever seen it, to be honest with you.
I think it's on Netflix or something right now. And like I watched it like a couple months ago. Just threw it on like in the background as I was doing some other stuff. And Tom Hanks is so funny in that movie.
He's great in it.
Good. I like Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks is a good actor, according to Mary.
I like Tom Hanks.
I like Tom Hanks.
Jeff
I'm sorry.
Bridges is a good actor.
Jeff Bridges is a good actor. He wasn't in A League of Their Own, but they asked Deborah Winger, said that she bailed from that movie when they hired Madonna, and they asked her about Madonna's career since, and she said, I think her acting career has spoken for itself.
Jeez. Take that.
Yeah. In the immortal words of Kevin Hart.
But at the same time, like I said, and me, I'm 56 years old. Damn!
Yeah. Deborah Winger. She's done some good movies, though. I'll give her that. And Madonna has won, I think, A League of Their Own.
I think Madonna's got some other stuff going for her, though.
Does she?
I don't know.
I'm just talking about the acting.
Is she banking on her acting career?
What was the one?
She absolutely wanted to be taken seriously as an actress.
Don't Die For Me, Argentina. What was that?
Evita.
movie? Yeah.
Don't die for me, Argentina. Don't die for me, Argentina. Cry for me? Yeah.
That makes way more sense. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Yeah.
She did Who's That Girl? I think that was her first one. Then she's in Dick Tracy.
Dick Tracy.
Desperately Seeking Susan. People did like Desperately Seeking
Is that
Susan.
the stripper one? Wasn't she a stripper in something?
Something along those lines. She did this movie Body of Evidence where she was putting candle wax on Willem Dafoe.
Ew.
Yeah.
The guy looks like he's made of wax.
Yeah. Willem Dafoe is not attractive.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
I saw him fill in. It was before Gwen and I had moved to Cleveland. We had gotten tickets for this, it's going to sound really nerdy and dumb, but this Nelson Algren reading of... I'm a Nelson Algren fan.
I don't even know what that means.
Anywho, he's an author. And they were doing a live reading of some of his...
Why does he go by Nelson Algren if he's not, also goes by Arthur?
I'm sorry?
He's an Arthur.
He's an author, Bill.
It's Nelson Arthur Algren.
He's an Nelson Algren is an author. Anywho,
he wrote the Arthur books.
They were doing a
Arthur Aldrin.
Yes, yeah, he was on the moon
He's Buzz's brother,
yeah, that's right. No, they were doing a live reading of one of his books at the Steppenwolf Theater in Chicago, and it was supposed to be Matt Dillon was going to be doing because it was going to be this big performance. Something happens with Matt Dillon, and we get Willem Dafoe.
Yeah.
And he's real. It was great, but we didn't know until he came out on stage that was going on. And he's like spitting and bug-eyed. And Willem Dafoe, boy, he throws. And this was just a reading of some Nelson Algren plays.
Yeah.
He was really throwing himself into it. We were like second row. So it started to feel like a Gallagher show. Like when he was spitting fire.
Yeah.
Literally and figuratively. Yeah. I forgot the friggin' keyword, didn't I? All right, good luck. Here you can go to Vegas.
Now, your chance to win a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword Vegas to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's Vegas to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Oops. Oh, there you go.
Vegas, baby. Vegas.
Vegas.
A lot of people want to know how your dad was able to afford share tickets.
What do you mean?
Well, they were very expensive. You were talking about how broke your dad was.
Yeah, because he had a gambling problem.
That means he's got no money for share tickets.
No, he just wouldn't go gamble that week.
Oh, the week share was coming.
Yeah,
the gambling money went for share tickets.
Right.
Because that was never a gamble.
No.
You knew you were going to win at a share show.
Everybody wins at a share show.
You were going to win a great time.
Yeah, no, my dad
You're going to get Roberta Flack probably opening.
Yeah, my dad was broke because he had a gambling problem, but if he knew he had most of the time.
I was going to say, why didn't he do that all the time?
Well, because he didn't want to. He'd rather gamble. If there was something he wanted more than the horse track, he just wouldn't go to the track for a few days.
So share was one of the only things he wanted more than gambling. Wow.
Yeah.
And another layer comes off the onion.
we want clothes and
Yeah.
food.
Well,
and
we
he's
wore
like,
each other's clothes. That's fine.
Yeah.
You guys, between the four of you, have enough clothes, all right?
Pretty much.
You guys have a lot of clothes. That's why it's plural. Spread them out. See what works with what. I got a break. You want to get a text? 35192. You can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live there? Got all of our digits there for you as well. Thanks to Pete Gorbagong for helping out today. Tribe game tonight. They took 2 of 3 in Detroit against the Tigers. 11-0 was the final yesterday. So they start up tonight. First of 3 in Minneapolis against the Twins. Who they have there? Torrey Hunter. Who's playing for the Twins now?
Kirby Bucket.
I don't know.
Kirby Bucket and the Minnesota Twins. I literally couldn't name you one current Minnesota Twin. And, as the name implies, I would need to name you 2 just to get you interested. Byron Buxton. Ever heard of him?
Nope.
Max Kepler.
Nope.
I've heard of him. Bailey Ober. Andrelton Simmons. Miguel Sano. Josh Donaldson.
I've heard of Josh Donaldson.
Have you?
No.
He was trying to make him feel better. I appreciate that. Michael Pineda. Thought he played for the Yankees.
Pinata is it?
Oh, Pinata.
Yes,
Okay.
I thought he was the
Pinata.
guy that's in like Ant-Man and he was in Chips and
That's Michael Pena is who you're thinking of. Yes.
he's funny.
Ryan Jeffers is in there. Are you okay?
Open mouth.
You all right?
Are we okay? Yeah, I'm all right. Oh, I'm all right.
What's the matter?
I don't know. Something in my throat.
552.
Now I'm going to give her a break. I already got the other one.
Yea, my sandala de de de, I see Koshantala Lolosi. Yea, my sandala de de de, I see Koshantaya. Thank you, Jesus.
Would some speaking in tongues help? Do you remember how to do that?
Not doing great with coughing lately, and it's not like a COVID thing. I have 2 stories. Quick. Yesterday at brunch, I was eating.
You again with a goddamn brunch, Bill. Brunch.
I was eating like
nobody.
these,
Who eats more brunch than this woman?
I was eating like these like egg rolls, and they had really flaky wonton wrappers, and I went to go bite and must have like sucked in at the same time because it went straight to the back of my throat. I coughed for
You
like
breathed in a fried wonton.
yeah, and then maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago at breakfast, I was with my sister. See that? Not brunch, breakfast with my sister and her kids and my mom.
Had it been just a little bit later.
I said something to my niece about not having kids, and I thought it was very funny. And I was going to take a sip of my coffee and laughed and sucked coffee into the back of my throat and then coughed, but there was still coffee in the cup. So when I coughed, the coffee went everywhere. It came back into my eyes.
Wow.
It sprayed out onto
Yeah.
the table. Everybody was laughing so hard. They're like, that looks like a scene out of a movie. And I'm coughing, and I've got coffee in my eyes, and I'm like trying to wipe it off
You're
my
like the
face,
gif of that
and
girl doing the spit take with her coffee.
It was a mess.
All right.
I have not been doing great with liquids lately.
Oh, at least once a day I
wontons,
forget
yeah.
how to drink.
Or it'll like fall down my face. I'll totally completely miss my mouth, and it just drips out of my mouth.
No, you know what? I already
Got some music going underneath it. So.
I already said that I was. I said I was going to give you a break.
I don't know. And it all slides around, and it mushes out, and nothing stays where it's supposed to stay.
What was the
Open mouth. What is that?
What
when
is that
was
from?
this?
That's you.
Well, I know who it is.
It's from one of our current shows. Recent
Which one?
shows.
What happened?
It's less fun if I give the context. Suffice to say, Mary.
Can you email me the context?
Nope. You said it, and now it's in there for good.
Oh.
It's Mary at brunch.
Not the fair, though.
Not the fair. Nope.
Leave me alone.
Hey, Dylan.
Yo, what up?
Dylan, what's going on?
Not much, man. I just wanted to touch on what you guys were talking about with Madonna. So I worked for Madonna in 2012.
Oh, good for you.
What did you do?
But I was an audio engineer for her.
Yeah.
So So I can definitely attest, dude. She was dating like all the youngest dancers throughout the entire tour, just taking her pick of the litter, whichever day it was. So she's definitely, and I'll tell you what, she's scary, man. She is up close and personal. She is a scary, scary looking individual. So I don't know
scary looking, or you mean she's very driven and intense?
No, she is scary looking, man. You like William Dafoe scary. Like skinny and veiny and just
Well, yeah, she looks like she's hitting the gym a lot.
Didn't you have to sign an NDA to be on tour with Madonna?
Poundcake and the NDAs. Does he sound like he had to sign an NDA?
They have expiration dates.
They didn't make me sign shit.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Sylvester Stallone is on the phone, Bill, and very upset that we're making fun of him. Hello, Sly.
When do we make fun of
Yeah,
him?
how you doing? I don't appreciate all the negative stuff you're saying about me in my movies, okay?
Well,
you want to arm wrestle or something, we could do that.
Yeah.
But otherwise,
That'd be
you can't
over the
walk
top.
in my shoes unless you put on my boots. Wait a minute.
I understand, right.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about, yes. I'm trying to know what you're talking about. Listen, Sly, I love your work. You've had 6 number 1s since... Nobody's listening to me. What's going on? I talk and then you talk. Jesus Christ. You know who can save this whole segment for me? Marcel from Brooklyn.
Yes, I'm back and I'm better than ever there, Mr. Cox. Good day to you.
Good day, Marcel.
Mary, Bill, Cody, good day to you as well. The 3 gentlemen and a lady.
The 3 gentlemen and a lady.
3 gentlemen and a lady, that's right.
Yes. I got some sports for Monday, and this is going to be a very top trending story of the day, which includes the NBA. That's why I'm talking about this. What? You're going to love this.
Lay it on me.
Oh, do I say for the Charlotte Hornets, LiAngelo Ball has drawn a crowd while the Hornets at Summer League in Vegas. Now, the question remains whether the middle son of one of California's most famous basketball families will have shown enough in the Sin City to ensure that he will have a seat on an NBA bench when the regular season begins. This is from the LA Times Sports at LA Times on Twitter. And I will put that link for you on my Twitter account at After Dark Marcel.
Yeah.
And this is one of this. The LiAngelo Ball quote from their Twitter page: "My confidence don't go down ever. Really, I'm always feel like I'm ready for the game. I can play anywhere. When the opportunity presents itself, I'll be ready."
Awesome. Listen, thank you, Marcel.
Yeah, I really like that. And just one more way for another quote before you guys get to another, what they call it, the talking business. I know myself, I'm an NBA player. I'm an NBA player. In my head, I can play in the NBA. I can play anywhere for real. I don't really think about how people think about me. I just do my own thing. That is gross. No, you really know my sound bites there, Mr. Cox. I like
Sports. Thank you, Marcel. Always happy to hear from Marcel, who checks in from Brooklyn, New York. And who knows what the hell is going on there, but the look on Mary's face during Marcel's calls is more than enough for me to continue them ad infinitum, ad nauseum, add whatever you want to that, and we'll put it all together.
It's he's just an odd duck, and I can't figure him out.
He's an odd duck, all right. That's a very diplomatic way of describing him. He's an odd duck.
Mm-hmm.
But he's very intensely reading athletes' Twitter accounts.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. And basically reading the LA Times.
I like that the story, like LiAngelo Ball trying to make a roster. Like that's not. I mean, that's.
Is that what he called? He called him Lonzo or something. Or
there's
Leonzo or.
Yeah, I don't know.
He was mixing up his
Lonzo,
Ball brothers.
LaMelo and LiAngelo.
There you go.
So he's playing in Summer League and he's
not LaMangelo.
not Lamangelo, it's Leangelo, I believe. And he might make a team, but there's like you have to be pretty deep in basketball to care about that.
He also called Latvia Lativa. So,
well, everybody calls it that,
and everybody knows that's that artificial sweetener. Mm-hmm. So listen, there's Marcel from Brooklyn.
So if Mary starts enjoying it, then you won't enjoy it anymore, and we can stop his calls.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
you
call
know what you
back,
gotta
do. Can't wait to hear more tweets.
Well, listen, it's a Monday. That's traditionally when he calls in, and then I kind of put him on hiatus for reasons, if you hear him, that will become immediately inconceivable to you. I mean, why would I?
Inconceivable.
Inconceivable. Why would I deprive my audience of a bit of Marcel once a week?
You know,
we have Poundcake every day. We can't figure that guy out.
Yeah.
So. Listen, I've said it before. I'm not Joe Sports, so I rely on people who know really their way around. I rely on people like Bill.
Are you Tom Sports?
Marcel. The Poundcake Sports Break happens on Wednesdays here.
Woohoo.
And you see Nickelback's getting sued by this guy who says that they ripped off the song Rockstar from him. Now, there are only so many chords that you can play. So anytime somebody says, oh, they ripped off my song, you got to go right to the melody. You know, and people have been pinched over the years for this. There's famous cases that were deemed to be plagiarism, even though some people still deny. Yeah, Tom Petty was in a case, and Ray Parker Jr. and Huey Lewis in the news, these famous cases. There's a guy in a band called Snowblind Revival who wrote a song called Rockstar, and he says that Nickelback ripped him off with their song Rockstar. But I would imagine songs about being a rock star are kind of a dime a dozen. So I don't know. I'll play you the songs back to back, and then you tell me, because he filed a lawsuit against Nickelback. I don't know why anybody would want to admit that Nickelback song sounds very similar to theirs. But then again, they're a very successful band. Very lucrative business.
Well, hang out in the coolest bars in the VIP with the movie stars.
Mary loves this song.
I love Nickelback.
She's immediately singing along with it and the
I'm
whole
not
thing.
ashamed to say that I like Nickelback.
Well, you shouldn't be ashamed. I mean, again, these guys have sold tens of millions of records.
It's just good classic rock
There's
music.
just
you know?
nothing particularly like groundbreaking about what they're doing, but it's good. It's beer and shot music,
Yes.
right? And this is my point. There's a finite number of chords, and these guys are barely using any of them. So
that was the Nickelback version, not this other guy.
No, that was the.
Yeah, that was the other guy.
That was the other guy. Does it sound like a ripoff?
It was the other guy. I'm like, man, they definitely ripped this guy off.
Definitely ripped him off.
Someday, gonna hang out at Hollywood parties with Matthew McConaughey. Might buy the Cowboys, and that's how I spend my Sundays. Gonna be a rock star.
They don't sound anything alike other than talking about you going to a party and hang out with celebrities. So it seems to me like this guy's
what are you talking about? This guy's got a case, man. This guy's got a case. That was an exact copy of his
not
song.
Even close. Is there any other part of the song that might?
Can you imagine taking this to a judge? Like that like the audacity to be like, they ripped off my song, and then you play their song, and then you play that song, and you go, proof's in the pudding.
Undeniable, right?
Unless it's just a publicity stunt.
Oh, I think this
And
is
he
a way
just
for people
wants
to start talking about your
Yeah,
band no one's ever
right.
heard of. Who's ever heard of Snowblind Revival?
But why do it 20 years after the song came out?
I don't know. Well, Nickelback's version was in 2005. This guy says he wrote the song in 2001.
Oh.
He's not even in this band anymore. He made 15 copies of the song to send to record labels, including Nickelback's.
Mm-hmm.
So this is he's providing some backstory here. He claims that the labels turned it over to Nickelback. You know, hey guys, here's a band you've never heard of. Take one of their songs.
That's the thing. I just don't understand how anyone is original anymore. I just don't understand how people aren't constantly getting sued.
Well, because
every song
if
has...
if you take the melody of something, or if you take a riff from something, you know, you could probably make a case. But as far as lyrics go,
It's not even the same lyrics.
they're
It's the
just
same
talking
idea.
about the same idea. That's right.
And so
That's wild.
And it's not a good song either. Like
That'd be like, oh, never mind. Everybody's dead. It's like that'd be like Queen yelling at that no handlebars guy because his song was also about a bicycle.
Yeah, they're not all dead in Queen.
But they're not going to sue. You know what I mean?
I mean, Freddie Mercury's the only one who's dead.
Right, and they were singing about regular bicycles, and they were singing about the Flowbots were singing about a bike with no handlebars.
But they're both bicycles.
But it's very different.
Just as similar as these two songs.
I mean, Lizzo.
They have to redo the song. They're like, I can ride a unicycle with no handlebars.
Yuck. I mean, Lizzo's not suing Queen for fat bottom girls.
That's true. She doesn't have a song about
She'd
that.
really have a case. Well, just the thematics. Because this guy is like saying everything. Oh, they took the tempo, they took the form, they took the lyrical themes. Again, I think that this guy is not doing well.
He needs some money.
Needs some. Let me play this for you. When this song first came out. That's Brain Stew by Green Day. And the riff, people go, oh, that's 25 or 6-4 from Chicago.
I don't know that one.
That chord progression.
I don't hear it.
It's the same chord progression, basically.
But same chord progression plays differently, though.
It's what?
But Chicago plays a song, and Green Day's just like bang,
Donna.
bang, bang.
But again, when Green Day first came out, people that remembered that song were like, oh, that's... I don't know that anybody ever said they should be sued.
Yeah.
But they were like, oh, because there's a finite number of chords.
Yeah.
Every way to play a guitar has been played.
And you know what's funny is like...
So you better have a real good case, is what I'm saying, if you're going to take somebody to court and incur those costs. It better be a song that sounds a lot like someone else's song.
I wrote a riff. Like, I had a crappy band for a while when I was in high school and just out of high school, and I wrote a riff, and I played it for my friend, and he goes, that's Enter Sandman, stupid. And I was like...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I didn't even like that song, but I was like, yeah, you're right. I mean, I thought I wrote something amazing. And he's like, no.
And again, and not to diminish, obviously, Jimmy Page, one of the greatest guitarists of all time. But a lot of those songs, Zeppelin was doing like blues covers.
Yeah.
And just updating them and, or different versions of them. Nickelback said that this guy cannot claim copyright infringement because the two songs are not similar to an ordinary observer. They're like, yeah, these two songs sound... Snowblind Revival. Their hit song Rockstar.
Gonna make lots of money, live life in the fast lane. I'm gonna be a rock star someday.
Anywho, yeah, so I don't know why it took this guy so long.
That's what Nickelback should do from now on, is have him play songs before they play and be like, hey, you know how you guys always talk crap about how we're not a good band? Well, listen to this guy for a little bit and then listen to our songs. And I think you'll be just fine listening to our songs.
Do you think this guy is just now discovering Nickelback? And that's why it took this long? Is that he just happened upon it?
And he goes, oh my God, have you guys heard about this band Nickelback?
They totally ripped me off. And they're like, what? This new band?
This new band that's probably playing bars.
Yeah.
And I got this other song I wrote called Look at This Polaroid. They totally stole that one too.
Yeah. The bottle just nipped me.
Don't even get me started, on my Set It On Fire song.
Yep.
I'm out of Nickelback songs.
I love Nickelback.
That's the only one I know.
Well, there's a difference between enjoying the riffs and liking the songs, right?
No, if you like the riffs, I think you like the song.
This is a good one, too. Hey. This is my lifting song.
This is a great riff.
I'm very strong to this song.
Well, same thing with Creed. Mark Tremonti is just a riff machine. Yeah. And he was just coming up with,
That's another song I wrote, Riff Machine.
Yeah, but Chad Kroeger, try naming one other person Nickelback. Chad Kroeger writes the songs, but he's not the lead guitarist.
I don't know anything
Why doesn't the lead guitarist of Nickelback get more credit? I don't even know the guy's
It's this
name.
iconic voice.
What's the other one? Like I like your dirty stripper knees or whatever.
Oh, figured you out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like your pants around your feet.
Dude, this is so reminiscent. I love this.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
like
it.
boomer wedding music.
It's great. Boomer weddings. They're not playing the music at weddings.
Yeah, you're
It's
crazy
their third
bitch.
wedding.
Some people are playing crazy
That's
bitch or
Buck
playing.
Cherry.
Well, you know what I mean. Ryan Peake is he's the rhythm guitarist. Is Chad Kroeger the lead guitarist of Nickelback? Songwriter, guitar. He's best known as lead vocalist and guitarist of. Wow. Well, if he's the lead guy, then he should get all the accolades. But I thought that the other dude was. Yeah, whatever.
The
Who
one you
cares,
just
right?
played before Burn It to the Ground, was that Animals?
Animals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's her dad outside the car.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got good songs. Too Bad's a good song. Leader of Men, good song. But, they bring the riffage, right?
I love it.
Oh, and they had some amazing mullets early in their career, too. So, God bless them.
And then what's the one, like
And
their
they're
first
Canadian,
hit?
so they're probably really nice. The first hit?
That, what was
Photograph.
No, not Photograph.
How You Remind Me.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
How You Remind Me.
yes!
Never made it
I just like that one because of the SNL sketch.
Yes! Oh my God. I'm so happy.
Okay, Mary's going to listen to Nickelback all the way home.
I
All the way home.
absolutely am.
Pepper in some Avril Lavigne. Pour out a 40. I got a break. You want to get the last word in? Send me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the
100.7 WMMS.
All right, we got to go. Thanks for hanging out, gang. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Don Jameson on the show tomorrow. He's going to be back in the area doing some stand-up, so we'll catch up with him. Andy Summers of the Police later in the week, too. Chelsea Handler next week. Maybe Roy Wood Jr. What you got coming up, William?
Next Thursday, the 26th, I'm headlining a show at the Winchester. You can get tickets by going to BillSquire.com. There's links there. A new episode of The Bill Squire Show is available now. Check that out on iHeartRadio or wherever you get your podcasts or YouTube. And follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Mary Lynn?
This Wednesday, I'm going to be playing the Grog Shop. I'm opening up for Dina Hashem, who's very, very funny. So if you guys want tickets for that, you can get them on the link in my socials at Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, Mary_Santora on Twitter.
Poundcake?
I'm just Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram.
Okay, I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. Today's program available for you on the iHeartRadio app. If you're not up early on a Sunday morning when the Weekend Cox airs on MMS, you can get that in podcast form, too. Anytime you want to leave us a message, After Hours line is there for you, 216-986-8903. And you can watch the show on our YouTube channel, which is The Alan Cox Show. Rachel Elliott is next after 6:30. And then Tribe Game tonight, 8:10, they start up in Minneapolis against the Twins, 7:40 or thereabouts, if you want to get all the coverage pre-game. And that's it. We'll talk to you guys again tomorrow on 2 o'clock. Thanks very much for hanging out today.